Were you testing the audio?
Yeah. Well, I was testing Streamlabs. I was trying to do the thing, but then it said that it doesn't work right now because Streamlabs is broken. I just gave up. I don't care. All right, nerd. Let's go prove it. What'd you bring, Ibn? You're just gonna sit there, chap reload, dude.
Then why only one ibn? No, you have to do like the full thing.
Yeah, use your voice. We don't side check. Come on.
Wow. Test. So YouTube test.
Yo,
All right, Mano. What'd you bring?
what is it?
You prove the God thing?
No, I don't believe in God.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
I can't prove that God isn't real, or I can't prove that he is real.
Well, either. Right now, I'm just asking if you could prove it is real.
No, probably not.
Then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
What?
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a futile argument, I think, but I mean, if you were to argue for one side, it'd probably be easier to argue that he isn't real. But the problem with arguing with something that is unprovable is there's never going to be any sort of like if you're talking to somebody that believes in God, there's it's like talking to a Chinese person. They're not even going to understand what you're
So,
saying, right?
better question is, what is a God? Because you keep using he.
And you know Chinese people understand stuff.
If there
right?
was a God, it wouldn't be a woman. But if there was one, actually, maybe it would be a woman because the world. Yeah, actually, that might make sense. Maybe it would be a woman. Women make bad decisions.
What does God need with a penis?
What does he need with a penis?
Yeah.
Like if I were God, I wouldn't want to cut my penis off. Like I would still want.
Yeah,
to
but
have a
why would
penis.
you have a penis? We evolved a penis for sexual copulation.
Right, right. That's true, but and there's a lot of things like in this year in 2026 where everything fundamentally is the reason for our biology was because of natural selection, but at this point we use our penises for more than just procreation.
And you think a cosmic space creature has a penis, though?
Well, I guess it depends on who you ask, but if you ask
You.
Christian,
I'm asking
he
you.
can do anything he wants.
No, I'm
If
asking
he
you.
could, sure.
No,
If he
you. I'm
could, sure.
asking you what you believe.
Do I believe that he has a penis?
Yeah, you're
God has a
using
penis. I don't believe in
the
God.
word.
I don't believe in God.
So why
Wow.
are you
So
saying it's got a penis?
I'm just saying if I was God, I'd want one. That's all.
Wow.
Would you not?
Bro, like, what the fuck would I need a penis for?
Well, what do you need one for now?
So you
I'm
don't
not a
believe in
fucking
this God?
cosmic entity, bro. I'm a fucking
Well,
ground
sure.
monkey.
Yeah, you're a ground monkey, but why don't you cut your dick off right now if you don't need it? You
Just
don't need
shut the
it.
fuck up, dude.
You
We
still
can cut this
survive.
I
off,
can't.
bro.
I can't debate that level of retarded, dude. Telling people to chop their dick off. Shut up. Fucking people on this platform, I swear.
All right, popcorn, you're up. Prove it.
Hello.
All right, greetings.
Greetings, Earthling.
Do you believe a God exists in our reality?
I believe in higher powers.
Is that what you call a God?
No.
So do you actually believe in anything called a God? Yes or no?
I believe in aliens.
Okay. Could you just go away if we're not gonna have an honest conversation?
Have a what? Honest?
Yeah, actually for God, not about aliens, man.
Oh, this is a god? God ain't real. Hmm.
Yeah, because our argument is that you can't prove one that exists. That's why I asked if you believe in one or not.
But you can't prove that he doesn't exist.
He.
It, they, him, she, they.
So are you saying you can't prove it?
No, you can't prove it.
No, but you got to justify it.
Um, Good question. I can't prove it.
Then I win. Get wrecked.
Fucking dominated.
So why can't you, popcorn?
Um, I mean, I don't really know if there is a god or not. But my friend's daddy told me there is.
Is that how much you limit yourself just to your friend's dad? Is that all you heard that from the God?
Pretty much. He's a big, strong black man.
Iggy, when did you clear the ban list again?
A couple days ago.
Last Tuesday.
Gosh, dude, this person is just a waste of fucking space, man. Fuck.
Well, you are entitled
Kind
to
of
your
like
own opinion.
children's story hour kind of thing right now.
Yeah, like somebody abused him and he's just like taking it out on us with cat rape.
If I wanted to hear this kind of banter, I would just go to the library.
What's the library?
It's where they have
Place
like
where all
little
that
events where they like read stories.
I've literally just joined here today. Like
Yeah,
5
but
minutes
surely
ago.
you've been to a library before.
Yeah, back in like the 90s.
Yeah, and did they read stories to you?
it definitely shows you ain't been to a library, but
Yes, they used to read stories. And
Well,
I'm not going
I don't know
anywhere.
if you've noticed, but after a certain age bracket, people go off and read by themselves.
I'm just here for eavesdropping. Please continue.
That's against the rules.
Yeah, you could support
Codified.
dogs in my local area by watching this on my live stream, but you'll be extremely bored because there won't be anybody to talk to. So,
It's alright.
yeah, you could just quit being a fucking tard and actually engage in a conversation that would be worth having. You could do that too. Like that would help.
Well, I am technically engaging in everything that you're saying, so
Yeah, but the topic, right?
What
That
the-
was a serious question that I asked about you limiting yourself to just one person, idea of God.
I I believe that the apostles didn't die for a lie.
Yeah, and I don't think that Perseus slew the Gorgon Medusa for nothing.
You're funny.
Your mom's fat.
I like this one.
Are you done?
No.
Well, I suggest you get back on topic and stop being a fucking nuisance.
So, I mean, if you look at Nathaniel, he got skinned alive, and all he had to do is say, I do. The other apostles told me to lie,
Do you know that Perseus
and
went
I
with
finish.
several other myrmidons or whatever they were to kill
Yes.
the Medusa, and several of them
Yeah.
died?
Yeah, they turned to stone.
Yeah. Why do I care
And
about your myth?
then he flew on
Yeah,
Pegasus.
but why do I care about your myth?
Why do I care about Pegasus?
You shouldn't, because it's a myth.
You brought that up yourself.
But you were asking me about God, so I was
Yeah.
talking about it.
No, I was talking about non-myth. We asked you to prove something exists.
Prove something exists. Well, how about the Shroud of Turin?
You can't even wipe your ass with the Shroud of Turin, let alone prove God's real with it. It's a piece of cloth.
Can you elaborate? Can you elaborate?
Are you saying that the Shroud of Turin is God?
No, but I'm
Then it
saying
wouldn't prove
that.
God. I'm asking for A, you provided B.
Well, okay, let me finish. The image that was imposed on the Turin, the Shroud of Turin.
Yeah, I don't care.
There's no way.
I don't care.
But it's like you asking me a question.
What part of
Hold
I
on.
don't care about
But
the
it's
Shroud of Turin? No, you can't.
But it's like you asking me a question to do like 10 plus 10.
No.
And then I tell you that the answer is 20,
No.
and you say, I don't care.
You said there is a thing. I'm asking where. Now, you don't know how, you don't know where. You shouldn't have said there.
But you're asking me to prove something that no man can
Well, then you
prove.
shouldn't have said it. That's the point. You said it's there.
Said what?
That it's real.
Did I? When?
That's your side. That's the opposition.
I didn't. I didn't say
you're
I
supposed-
believe in God. Like
That's what
You're
you're
appealing-
supposed to be proving.
no, but I didn't. I didn't say that I do believe in
I
it.
know you
say,
conceded that you couldn't, and so we won the debate. The debate's over. It was real quick. We don't really debate a lot. We discuss. We're trying to unfuck your brain now. We're trying to be able to get you to
Okay.
do either or. You can either prove a God or
Okay,
not prove a
okay.
God. It's like your choice.
All right. I can't prove it. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
we
believe
know. We're there. We've been there. I'm past it. Okay, I'm on the
it.
interstate
But you
now.
keep talking about it.
Yeah,
No,
I asked why.
Yeah, we're
right?
talking about your brain.
Does the tree, does the tree make a sound when it falls if nobody's there?
If you mean sound like as in interpreted data in an ear and a brain, no. But if you just mean oscillations and acoustic pressure, yes.
You're smarter than you look, mister.
Your mom's still fat.
Are you a flat earth theorist?
All right, goodbye.
You believe that
Can't fix stupid.
All right, Koff, about your A game.
Oh.
Yeah, greetings. Join the Guiding Real Prove me wrong, VC.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you believe a God exists in our reality?
Yes and no. Depends.
Like, truthfully, like,
Like there are multiple gods, so at least one god means yeah, it holds.
I ask because, well, my argument is that you can't prove one that exists. So is there any of these guys that you think that exists in our reality?
I mean, if there are multiple gods, that means God exists, right? Like there are multiple gods, therefore there are like multiple gods existing.
Well, can you
Basically.
prove one?
Um, like how? How do you want me to prove them?
Well, if it exists, then you should be able to prove it, right? So I ask, can you prove a God that exists?
Well, it's part of belief system. So if you believe it exists, then it exists for you. It's part of your
Incorrect.
brain.
Yeah, that would be the neuroactivity. That's the neurons in your brain, yeah.
Like, this is maybe the third time you said that if you've done the work, then you did the work. We're asking for the work so we can check your work. You're going to present something or no?
Yes. I will.
This is your chance.
Wow, you could feel the answer drying.
Is that it? You're stuck with the barrier of just people's beliefs?
I believe some truths don't need proof. Like it just exists and you don't need to prove it.
Yeah, man, but what if I can tell you like there's some magic spell, right? That's out there, right? And doesn't exist, but I tell you there's a magic spell, right? Does that mean it's real?
No, this is
Magic
the
spell?
wasting the chance. This is saying, hey, I don't think I need to do any work. So go away.
The channel's name is God Ain't Real. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, Koff, this is a place where people do work to convince others. And you're saying you don't need to do that, so go away. This is not the place for you.
Okay, so look at it this way. If I prove that God may exist,
I said go away. That's the way you should look at it.
Hello, Mr. Reddit. How has been your day so far? Let's contemplate.
Dude, I am fucking dying.
Yeah, of course you are.
Oh, what, man?
You don't stop eating. You should go to the gym.
How about you start proving it?
I don't need to. It's already proven. You guys just don't look it up.
I mean, it's a trivial task, you know, so you should be able to do it.
Go to church, man. Ask a priest.
That's not
He's
pretty
gonna
trivial.
convert you.
Okay, yeah, that's not the proving a God thing that exists. They tell us to just go into a building.
Yeah, say whatever you want. God still exists. Because God is an aspect of the universe. It's not a thing. So it is literally impossible to prove or disprove the existence of God.
Well, then it ain't real.
It just is. We're not in Reddit.
No, it's
You
not
just
real.
can't. It is real.
No, it's not.
God is real, bro.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is real.
No, it's not.
God is
See?
real.
No,
You
it's
haven't
not.
given back better pushback than
God is real.
man.
You guys act like childs.
Your mom's fat.
Do you actually have a reason though?
You were fat.
43, do you actually have a reason?
Yeah, I have a reason, which is God. It's an aspect of the universe. It is impossible to have the universe without God. But you guys are so
Yeah.
locked
And so
in
why
your own
would
mind
that
to
be
understand it.
appetizing for us as a premise,
It is not a
as a
premise.
reason?
It is,
What are we
it
asking
is
as a
an
reason?
argument.
Well, in an argument, you're supposed to be convincing.
I don't need to convince you guys. You guys are not even convinced
Well,
to go
then
to
you're
the
not.
gym.
Then you don't have a good argument.
Okay.
You're just too lazy to put your ideas out forth, man.
Like the thing about good arguments is that the premises are appealing. They're appetizing to accept.
Yeah, but the problem is nothing
You're
is
supposed to
appealing
look
to you
really
guys. If I
delicious.
say
You're
that the
supposed to
sky
be
is
the
blue, you
waiter
guys
at a
gonna say, oh,
restaurant.
but the premise is not good. And the other problem is when I try to make a point, you guys interrupt me because you guys are disrespectful. And no one is willing to have an argument here. Everyone is here to mock the others which
Well,
believe in
no,
God.
this isn't mockery. I'm
That
saying
is the
that
point of this channel. You guys
43,
don't
you
even
just need
let
to
me to
make
finish my point,
make
which is
sure that
just
your
shows weakness.
menu reflects how, if you're at a restaurant, right, and you're the waiter, you're presenting your food, right, and you're saying, hey, this food is really, really good. I want you to eat it. And so I'm asking, why did this food look like? Why should I think this is delicious?
It is delicious because it is delicious. God exists because God exists. I don't need the argument
That's
for
not a
this.
good reason.
It's a logical conclusion.
You just
Like
called us
it's the same.
children, and you're
Well,
just saying it's true because it's
even a
true?
5 years old can understand this. Like
No, come on. Even a 5-year-old can understand bullshit like that. To just say it's
the
true
thing is,
because it's true.
we live in a so crazy world that we need to prove the most simple things like God existence. It's like asking why the sky is blue.
Can you do that? Can you do the simple things? If you can't do something so simple, doesn't this say something?
Bro, it's like asking why 2 plus 2 is 4. Like 2 plus 2 is 4.
For your case, it's
And
not like that.
it is
Not at
just the
all.
whole. You can't just say
And
otherwise.
so, but that's a cute analogy. But we're asking about reality.
Yeah, and mathematics is reality, but I know you guys don't study it.
Okay, so where in reality are we observing that?
Let me give you an example. What is the color of the sky?
I observe a range of colors, a gradient.
Yeah, of course you don't say blue. You see, like even the most simple things you guys can't answer.
Well, it depends on where you're looking specifically, and
Yeah,
from where.
everything depends. Everything depends. Nothing exists.
No, I didn't say nothing exists. I said there's a gradient.
Are you a
You know what a
human? No,
gradient
that
is?
depends. Do I exist? That's
Have you
depends.
heard of the
All right?
word
Okay.
gradient?
Yeah,
43. I
okay,
gave a
that's
specific
depends.
answer. Have you heard of the term gradient?
Yeah, of course, but that's depends.
What does that word
If
mean?
you're speaking English from UK or American English. So I don't know what you're saying right now
It
because
doesn't
there's a
matter.
lot of
It doesn't
accent in
matter
English.
which one. It's in both British and American English.
Yeah, but which language are we speaking right now?
English.
I don't know. We need to address things before we go to talk. Okay?
Gradients is a very well-established word.
Yeah, but
It has
which
been
language are
there
we
for
talking about?
hundreds of years in the English language.
English language, okay.
Yeah, for
Which
500 plus years, the word gradient has been present in English academic literature.
are you a linguistic? I think you're not the best person to tell me this information. I think that's fake.
Why do you doubt it?
Because I see no source.
Well, you don't even know what the word means.
I know what the word means,
What does it
but I
mean?
need a source to know how old this word is because you made a point which I have no proof. But I don't trust you because you're not a linguistic. You have no document that proves that you're adequate to tell things about this matter.
When was Newton alive?
In the 18th century, all right?
Okay.
Yeah,
And
and
so optics was developed roughly around that time period.
it wasn't. It's older.
They needed words to describe glassware
Yeah, but it's
and
older.
the texture of the materials that they're working with.
The problem is the word is older, which just shows you don't know what are you talking about.
I'm saying at least this. I'm saying here is a situation where they
You're just
have good
changing your
reason
argument.
to
You're
use
just
these
changing your
words.
argument because once you say the word
Right. Was
came to be used
I
at
not
that
saying
time.
that the word is well established for hundreds of years?
No, you just say the word was created in the time of Newton, and you're just
No, I'm
changing your
saying the
argument.
word has been established for hundreds of years.
Yeah, of course it is. It's a word in English language.
Right. So what does it mean?
That's the point. Like it's saying the sky is blue.
All right, you're
And
running.
we are
You're
just
running
coming back to the
from.
discussion
You're
of
running
God.
from the argument.
I'm not running from the argument. I'm just not
Yes, you are.
losing my time.
You're running.
Not running. And the word is actually older. It came 5,000 years ago.
So what does it mean now?
What is the word?
What?
Like the word is
Did you
a
forget the word
translation
I
to
was using
verb.
that we were discussing?
It's a translation to the Latin verbo, which is a Greek,
What?
which is a word that came from the Greek verbalis, which is something that came
What
3,000 years
word do
ago.
you think I used?
Word. You're talking about words, all right?
I'm talking about the word gradient.
Oh, so you didn't clarify the argument. I thought you were saying about the word.
I said the word gradient probably around 20 times. Or were you just
No, you
waiting
didn't.
for your turn to speak?
No.
Then why didn't
I
you
was
listen?
actually listening, but you made your argument so confusing that I
Why?
didn't got you were saying.
I repeated and asked about the word gradient at least 20 times, I feel, at this point.
It was not 20 times. It was like 3 times, 4 times at max.
And still you didn't listen. What does it
Yeah, so
mean?
what are we talking about? Are we talking about gradient,
What does
word,
the word
God?
mean?
You don't even have a topic.
What does the word mean?
Word means word.
That's your definition of the word gradient?
No, we were not talking about gradient. Don't change
Just
the
say
topic.
you don't
Now we
know.
are talking
No,
about the
that's
word
still the
gradient.
topic.
You know what gradient means. I don't need to tell you this, but
Why
it
are
is
you
a
running?
collection. It is a collection of
Hey,
colors
why?
in a scale.
Okay.
So in a gradient, you have 2
So,
colors, and these 2 colors gonna mix each other in a
right.
gradient.
So, what part of the word gradient means that colors don't exist? Tell me.
No parts. You just say it.
Right.
Colors
So
don't
when
exist. In
you told
other
me
words,
that my argument was colors don't exist, that sounded pretty stupid.
no, but you say it. Colors don't exist. I didn't say it's gradient.
I said the word gradient multiple times.
Yeah, you said the word
You were
gradient, and you said colors
just
don't
because you
exist.
weren't listen. Hey, you weren't listening, and now you're telling me what happened.
Yeah, because I listened to this part.
You're gaslighting.
Not gaslighting.
Yes, you are.
You were
You
gaslighting
didn't
me
even know
because
what the word was.
we were talking
I'm
about
telling you
words.
what the word was and my answer. And
We
you
were
are
talking about
choosing
the
to
definition of
stonewall
what word is.
and just be a terrible person. That's basically what you're doing, right? You're choosing not to
Yep.
actually address the content of discussion.
I'm trying to be a horrible person. Don't try to victimize yourself.
Well,
You're just
I'm
very
not
silly.
victimizing myself. I'm criticizing your actions.
This is
It's
so
not
silly,
about
man.
me. It's not a me problem. It's a you problem.
Okay. What do you want me to say? You want me to apologize? To give you a candy?
Well, I want you to actually stay focused when people are speaking and actually listen to them. You should go away and then come back when you like reset and focus on what people are saying when you're speaking to them.
But I was focusing. You're just lying.
No, go away.
Why are you telling me to go away? Now I'm willing to talk.
Because you wasted your opportunity. Go away.
Oh my god.
Do you need assistance to leave?
No, I don't, but you're just being mean right now, which shows you
No, the
don't want
correct
to have
answer would
another.
be yes, I need assistance to leave because I'm incapable of doing so myself. Allow me to assist you.
All right, nerd. Let's go with your break. Did you break it? Cat and bag. You ready to do this? Cat. Cat in the bag. What the fuck is it doing? Yo, man. Cat, you're being weird. All right, Cat, I'm going to have to ask you to move on. Can you just, like, go to another room? You're being weird. Yeah, hey, what's up, chat? I'm just doing some editing, working on my shiz, trying to provide the contents to you fine people. We had one, but I guess they had to go. They couldn't talk. Uh,
Can I ask a question before I prepare for the presentation?
yeah, what's up?
Are you looking for a mathematical proof or just like I pooped like a couple minutes ago kind of proof? Like, there's a difference?
Wait, what?
So mathematical proofs are not falsifiable, right? They're based on axioms and uh you cannot disprove them. Either like
No, the idea is being able to prove the existence of a thing. That's why I hyphenate it and say God thing.
but your proof of God doesn't exist is going to be falsified, you know? You cannot mathematical proof.
Wait, what? No, I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, man. I just said that. I'm talking about ontology here, not math. People are saying there's a thing, some entity, not math, right? There is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
It has properties. It like can do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying you can't prove that. And so I'm going out on a limb. I could be wrong about that. Now, it's not wrong about my philosophy. My philosophy is not wrong if I'm wrong about that assertion. My philosophy is still sound. It's fine. Whether I'm right or wrong about that assertion that you can't prove it, my philosophy is still true.
Right. Did you read my messages in the side chat?
No, I don't read shit, dude. I did it. Like, that's a whole ass wall of shit, dude. Like, no, I didn't read shit, man. What is that?
So, so my approach to the question is, so in order to prove that God doesn't exist, we have to prove that for every x, every instance of x, whether you call it an object, like something, doesn't matter. For every x, x is not God. That's the mathematical part of it.
No, I'm an Igtheist, dude. I don't do that. I just let my interlocutor define God. I don't care how you define it. You define it any way you want, man. Any way you want. No restrictions.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. What is this?
Well, me and Coffer.
So
you're free to define God any way that you want, man. I'm not going to put that kind of restriction.
So the problem here is the quantifying x. Like, can you tell me the number of objects in this planet, for instance?
I mean, I could give you a mathematical expression that just says the sum of all the parts. Yeah. I'm not a nerd, though. I don't know how to do that shit, but I know that can be done in nerd.
Yeah. I mean, what does that have to do with God?
Well, just look, man. You're injecting yourself into a conversation. Just chill.
Okay.
So, like, you're coming at me like I have some burden to say to my interlocutor what God is, and then I have to come up with some number that represents how many of them are. So I don't need to do that. I'm an atheist. So I'm not trying to prove God's not real. What I would be trying to prove in these kind of intro conversations is that you can't prove it. That's not me saying that God's not real. That's just me saying you lack the epistemic foundation to prove the existence, the ontology of a God.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Igtheists are saying. The burden of an Igtheist is linguistics, communication, proper representation of ontology. That's the burden. So I would have a burden to convince you of my standards. I'm not trying to convince you God is or isn't real. I'm just trying to convince you that you done fucked up because you forgot to fact check your inculcation. And you could do that at literally any time. You could say, okay, you could say to yourself, you could be like, is God blue? And then you could ask yourself, well, how would you, within your own experience, determine if God is blue? And if you don't have an answer to that, delete it. Boom. Just hit the delete button.
What if God's red?
Do you think stating that God is blue proves its existence? I don't think so.
I argue that if my interlocutor were to say God is blue, and my interlocutor had already conceded that they can't prove God, like they can't demonstrate its existence, then I would say that their statement is a contradiction. And the problem with this form is that even the negation of God is blue, so God is not blue, is not true, and it's a non sequitur. So this entails a contradiction that anything you say, absent the experience, which is your entailment towards the ontology, which your statement is the entailment. We kind of have our operation a little backwards when we try to talk about ontology in my model, because I conceptualize ourselves sort of in the middle. There's ontology, then there's our experience, and then there's our epistemology. So in order for me to talk about ontology, I talk about any statement we're making it about it either as a sequitur or non sequitur. See what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you?
Sequitur or non sequitur?
Yeah, it's just nerd for follows or doesn't follow. So a non sequitur is a statement that does not follow. So you set up some logical axioms or something, and then you assert some shit, and then the idea is that your assertion follows those premises. It makes sense, right? This is like deductive logic. You got your premises and then your conclusion, and as long as your conclusion follows from the premises, then you should accept the conclusion.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because the conclusion provides no new information that isn't already in the premises. That's why you should accept it. If you accept the formulation, that is. This is the problem of deduction. Deduction only re-scrambles the information you already have. It doesn't provide you new information. You get new information from induction. So.
Right. And I showed you that induction has some problems.
I don't care about the problems of induction. It's irrelevant to me. I wouldn't even argue that inductive, inferences and stuff like that are perfect. I don't care if they're perfect. It's irrelevant. I use inductive reasoning for what it's for. And when I'm done with it, I throw it down to the side, let it recover, and I go on to deductive reasoning. And then I use that up for a while. And then when I need new information, I go back to induction. I make sure that it's nice and ready. It's all prepped up and shit. And then we have a good time with induction. That's how you figure things out. So what I'm saying is any assertion about some object X, unknown object X, any statement you make about unknown object X is by definition a non sequitur. It would be a contradiction for it to not be a non sequitur because you have defined it as, I have defined it as unknown object X. It's unknown. We don't know about it. So anything you say must not follow. It must not follow that unknown object X is blue. It could be blue, but it certainly doesn't follow that it's blue because observation would allow us to make the statement of whether it follows. Whether our statement about it's accurate or not is what it means to follow, right? Is your statement accurate? It follows. Is your statement inaccurate? It doesn't follow, right? If your statement's inaccurate, it doesn't follow. But if you cannot determine the entailment, it doesn't follow. And since it's in that form of unknown object X, both any assertion and its negation are equally likely, and that leads to contradictions. God is both blue and not blue at the or God is both not blue and not blue at the same time. Like logically, right? You wouldn't be able to tell which one it is, so there's no way to lean towards one or the other. There's no reason for anyone to assume anything that they have not experienced is or isn't blue. It's ridiculous, right?
So if God will ever existed, would have ever existed, it would have it could either be red or blue.
I mean, can it? Can it be blue? Just because a thing is real doesn't mean it can even have a color. Like sound is real. What color is sound?
Sound has color because it's a signal.
No, sound does not have color. What you're talking about is a transfiguration. That is a transfiguration. You're giving
it's probably like an interpolation.
Yeah, it's like when we measure the sun, we can measure information from the sun, and then we can interpret that into sound. So you can listen to the sun, but you're not hearing pressure waves, right?
Yeah, but my point is everything is a signal in the electronics domain, and you can, like, if we were able to see this.
Wait, hold on. Do you mean ontologically or do you mean neurologically?
Neurologically.
Okay.
Because color is also neurological.
Yes. But we have color, even colorblind people like me, because color is real. Color is real. It's an interpretation of the real. There is a wavelength of light, and our eyes can detect variation in the wavelength. That's why we perceive colors. But yeah, blue's not real, but the 500 and whatever nanometers it is, that's real. All I'm saying is anything you say absent the experience about ontology is a non sequitur.
My question is it possible to make inference about unknown objects based on what we know?
No, it's an unknown object. The inference, the prior is going to be built. Your first prior is the experience. So there's a thing. The thing doesn't give a shit if it's being observed because gravity's already looking directly at it, right? It's not being sneaky. But we come upon it, and we make an observation. So we now have access to the ontology. We don't have all the ontological nature of it, and we already know that you can't even know the ontological. Like, for example, let's say you got an apple, and you want to know what the inside of an apple looks like. What do? You cut it in half, right? Now, but are you now looking at the inside of an apple? No, you have two whole half apples. You're not looking at the inside of anything. You're still looking at the outside of something, right? There's literally no way to look inside something. You just peel off layers, and you can rebuild and model in your head. You can have a model that maps the inside of an apple, but to see the inside, you have to destroy it. You can only see the outside. And like, do you think you see in 2D or 3D? You see in 2D. If you saw in 3D, you'd be able to see the back of objects. You only see in 2D, so you only see the front of objects. You infer. Your brain, extrapolates 3 dimensions. You're being manipulated, bro, and it's not just by the outside.
Are you able to see the microbes on the apple?
Manipulated?
With a naked eye? Unless they are some kind of mold or something, like make some pigmentation or discoloration, you need a tool to discover.
Yeah, so
because
what?
you cannot see it with naked eye.
So what? I have clothes on my eyes right now. I'm wearing clothes on my eyeballs right now so I can see.
Is this an argument against God or for God?
It can be against a god, or it can be for a god. It just depends on what you mean by God. I'm an atheist. I don't care about whether God exists or not. I care about whether you have proper access.
This is just to show that our observation is it can be unreliable sometimes.
Well, that's why we rely on others. That's really where we find out information about reality. Is we share. We have a shared interrelated experience. That shared interrelated experience is a necessary tool that we'll use to differentiate imagination from reality. That we share the experience is a strong indicator that we're not imagining it. So that's going to help you build a strong inference as opposed to a weak inference. Like if you say you saw a thing and it was blue, that's a weak inference for me. I trust that you can see stuff. I trust that you can get approximate colors. So I'll accept it, but it's on shaky ground. Like I know you could fuck up, but if I go with you and I see it myself, well, damn, right? That's going to increase, my confidence, right? I got confidence in you, but me seeing it myself increases my confidence. And then other people coming in, all that does is negligibly increase our confidence scores. Because you were already there. You saw a blue thing and you were just telling me about it. So your confidence was high as shit. I didn't see it, but you're reliable. You told me it was, so I believed you. Then you showed it to me, and bam, now I'm with you. And that's just how that happens. That's the natural course of understanding what exists and sharing information. And that sharing information increases more information. Like we actually get more information individually as a collective than we do by ourselves. For example, I am colorblind, so I get more information. Even me being colorblind it enriches your information. Because now you know there's an anomaly out there. You can study it and you can learn about colorblindness. It's our shared.
How do you verify an information is the truth?
Shared. We collaborate, man. You understand I'm appealing to a shared interrelated experience. That's going to be the basis of our discussion, right? Because you're being tasked right now to prove something exists, right? Which is just a discussion. And that's going to open up the floor for discussion. And our ability to make referent the God thing is going to allow us to build references, ontological claims, right? Epistemological coherence. Our statement would lack coherence epistemologically if we don't have access to the thing, because the thing itself is the meaning of the thing. The words we use to describe it are just from our common lexicon, right? Is it best described as water or aqua? Which sound best hits? It doesn't matter what sound you use. You're just conveying the nature of dihydrogen monoxide, right? And it don't even matter if you say dihydrogen monoxide, because you can say water. You don't have to say water. You can just say the wet stuff. You don't have to say the wet stuff. You can just say the shit that makes up 70% of the planet. There's all different ways to understand stuff.
Right. However, when you say water, we can talk about we may guess that you're talking about drinking water, not the heavy water you use for nuclear plants.
Yeah, we flesh that out with context. That's what discourse does. But what I'm trying to say is we're not making one observation of a thing. We're making a multitude, like the conversation that you're having right now. How many observations have you made since we started talking? It's an ongoing real-time thing. It's not like you made one observation it's like imagine that I said I made one observation of this coffee cup at the start of this conversation. And at some point, someone came in and lifted the coffee cup. But because I didn't make another observation, I didn't know that. It was just like frozen on my overlay. And then I updated it, and then boom, it just disappears. Right? Reality doesn't work like that. I didn't make one observation of this coffee cup and then go back to talking to you and forgetting about the coffee cup, and it just kind of froze. It's a real-time thing. The exact moment this coffee cup disappears, I'll be updated about that information because it's not one observation. I am making trillions of observations right now. When I stare at a thing, I'm making one observation after another. Right? You could stare at something that you expect to undulate and wait for it to undulate, and then, oh shit, there it goes, boom. Right? You were watching and observing and making real-time observations. I don't know how many. It's an arbitrary number. I guess you could determine that by, the number of, chemical reactions per second. I don't know, whatever you want to do, right? However nerdy you want to get with that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say a couple of seconds, right? But you got to remember, dude, I'm an atheist, so I'm not trying to say God is or isn't real. What I'm trying to say is, what is your foundation to assert anything about it, even its ontological status? The atheists seem to have blundered and granted you ontological status just so they could shit on you. I don't grant you that the word God has any meaning.
Mm-hmm.
It's categorically broken.
Say, like, a person has schizophrenia and sees things are not real. And he claims that he saw the God. Now, do you count that as an observation or not?
From their vantage, yes. But because it lacks shared interrelatedness, no. Plus, I have a history of knowing that they have schizophrenia. So it's an expected outcome.
So in order for truth to be valid, it has to be, like, people has to have consensus on it.
Well, no, it's not about it. I'm from correspondence. I believe in correspondence. So to get truth, the statement must correspond with the state of affairs. And I'm saying in this regard, the ontology is the state of affairs. And so if a statement is true only if it coheres with the state of affairs, right? If it comports to the state of affairs, then absent the state of affairs, you cannot determine the truth, which means it's non-propositional. It doesn't matter if it has semantic content. It lacks epistemological content.
What is a semantic and epistemological?
So semantics deals with the nature of words having definitions. And words can have multiple definitions. And when a word is being misused to have multiple definitions and it's being misused, people will overly fixate on which definition they should be using. And oftentimes when people seem to quibble and just fight, and just bicker over it, people will say, hey, you guys are just arguing semantics, as if semantics is a fallacy. But semantics is a fundamental aspect of linguistics. It just refers to definitions of words, and they're multiple definitions. Like a single word can have 3 different definitions.
Mm-hmm. Also, when you look at the field of semiotics, there are 3 subfields of semiotics. They're called syntactics, semantics, and pragmatics.
Yeah, syntax is about structure, about the structure of the linguistics, like how we might put propositions first or proper nouns first or something like that, like how we construct the sentence is the syntax. And we do that because we subconsciously recognize these patterns, and our brains seem to do the grammar for us once we learn it. We don't have to think about the grammar. We just learn to communicate in that grammatical framework and syntactic framework. And we struggle more at knowing the words, building the lexicon, building your personal vernacular, the words you use.
Come again?
And I'm saying if you want to properly represent ontology, so not just any idea, not any idea needs ontological status. I'm only saying that if you buy into the correspondence theory of truth and you recognize that a statement is only true if it corresponds to reality, then you have to ask yourself, what is the reality in your statement? And that's going to be the ontology. And so absent access to that ontology, your statement is neither true or false. We have to have access to the ontology to determine whether it's true or false. So absent that, it's a non-falsifiable, non-propositional utterance. You only believe that it has semantic value because you've been inculcated. So your culture has been using this semantic meaning, the semantic value. But I'm saying, regardless of it having semantic usage, it has no epistemological usage. There's no epistemology here. Because our epistemology is going to be about the discussion about what we know is real. Right? So we know something's real, that's ontology. And then what we discuss about it is epistemology. If there's no real, then there's no epistemics. You would be dealing with just, like a fiction or a story or analytics or something like that, or something like that. Abstractions. You're not dealing with that manifest concrete reality. Whether you want to call it concrete or not, we would have to make the distinction between imagination and reality. Since all of the things that we perceive, so when we perceive a thing, that gets that information gets cognized, so that'll be a cognization, the way you're perceiving something, and that cognization sort of gets packaged away for your brain, and your brain unpacks that for logic, for analysis, right? So your cognition makes like initial perception sense of your environment, and your conceptions, your ability to conceptualize, contextualizes that information so that you can build the concept, right? You build a concept of what you're perceiving. And so the concept is not the same as the perception. There may be a lot in the concept that is not visible in the perception, like think coded messages, right? Like if I tell you, hey man, if you see the sign of 3 dots, then you know to initiate plan alpha, right? Now that's all baked in to 3 dots, and people seeing 3 dots, they're not going to know what that 3 dots means. But when you see it, we have a message.
The reason I mentioned semiotics is because semantics is not only the field that meaning comes from. Because in the field of pragmatics, we can still.
Wait, what word are you using? I thought you were using the word semantics.
Pragmatics.
Can you type it in side chat?
Semiotics?
Yeah, that one.
So semiotics combines syntactics, semantics, and pragmatics. These 3 fields.
Oh, okay.
Together make
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, like, when someone comes to you and says, "How are you?" and you start saying nonsense stuff, like unrelated, irrelevant stuff, you can still say the person is lunatic or has some mental problems. Now, meaning is not in the word itself. It's not in the semantics, but how you use these words, not in how words are interrelated. Like, context. It's irrelevant now.
Well, so in that form, keep going. Go ahead.
Form. So syntactics also can give us some meaning.
Yeah.
But it's not. Yeah, but it's not as reliable as semantics.
Yeah, but reliability is not the issue here. The issue is lack of epistemic coherence. So you're in the situation I'm criticizing, you would lack justification that your statement's true, and because of that, it's non-propositional, it's unfalsifiable, non-propositional. It's just an utterance. So I was saying, it's like it makes sense because your parents and culture told you, right? It doesn't make sense because that's how you should understand it. That's the way you experienced it. It makes sense because that's what you heard, right? That's it. It makes sense because that's what you heard. There's a lot of things like that, right? A lot of conversation is like that thing. Gossip is like that. How people can formulate opinions about people they never met because somebody, poisoned the well.
Right.
We're pattern-seeking animals, and we're social animals, so we put trust and reliance on people's perceptions because people's perceptions help validate or invalidate our own. So there's no way for you in a vacuum all by yourself to get to the level of clarity and precision and stuff like that as you get from a world enriched by others. Like, what do you think the chances of? It's such a hard way to ask the question because of the way that we develop. But what would be the chances of like a human being just developing language all by themselves, and then in that same life learning how to, make fire, make a wheel, build a house, right? Like fucking Archimedes motherfucker just figuring everything. Like that's just, not real. That's not how we learned. Like most of us are pretty dumb. If you think about it, like if your metric is the ability to figure things out, then most of us are dumb. We don't figure shit out. We're really good at like learning what other people have figured out, right? We're really good at like learning from Einstein and Newton and shit like that. But how many Einsteins and Newtons are there? Well, they're very rare. And if the ability to figure out is a measure of intelligence, then it's very rare that you have any real measurable intelligence on Earth, because most of us can't figure things out on that level, right? We could just repeat what we've learned and maybe re-synthesize that information and take a couple steps forward. But to like sit back and see the picture as, see the problem and then fix the whole picture, that takes a great mind, and that's very rare. So, only 1% of humanity's probably ever been truly intelligent. The rest of us are just, sort of drones, just leeching off of their information. We stand on the shoulders of giants, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, that's not a fair measure of intelligence. It's just to say that if you measured intelligence as the ability to figure out what can we really say that we figured out? Like basic shit. Like if we as a species could be properly defined as really good at figuring shit out, we'd be solving all kinds of problems all over the place, left, right, and center. We're just historically bad at it. It takes a lot of work and effort and thinking and mathematics and all these tools and shit. We're dumb. We could be a lot smarter. I mean, hypothetically.
So my intelligence, I know that it can damage your skin tissue. Does that make me smart?
Well, yes. I mean, I'm not trying to say any humans are actually dumb. I'm just saying that if we fairly judged intelligence as the ability to figure shit out and then excluded learning from others, then yeah, most of us are dumb. Like most of us, even giants had to learn from others. The giant, like Newton, he didn't know how to wipe his ass all by himself. He didn't figure. He had a parent, took care of him. Taught him how to eat, everything. Even like a young Newton, he'd be like 16 years old. It was a lot of shit. Someone like you or me could talk to Newton and teach him. Very intelligent person, but he wasn't around for very long at 16, so he lacked, the means to think, right? All those morsels of fact that his young mind was really good at absorbing, apparently. But, you You would have to wait until the ripe old age of 21 to invent calculus? You know what I'm saying? When you got nerds out there that can make mathematics, or at least, advance the field. He didn't do it all by himself, but he dramatically increased the field. All by himself, really. Sorta. How many people that are that fucking smart? They're trying to solve a problem that the math doesn't exist, so they just make math to do it. Most, I don't know a single person like that, dude. I'm sure there's people out there writing their own math, but I don't talk to them. I don't know them. They're at universities and shit, chalk all over their body.
Yeah, Newton was smart, that's for sure. But is he smarter than us? Like an average person in this century?
Fucking smarter than me. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. If me and Newton had an IQ off, that dude would fucking beat the ever living shit out of me. Dude's probably 180, 200 IQ or some shit, Let's look it up.
If we invented a time machine and sent you to 17th century, would you be able to discover it yourself? The calculus?
No, I'm fucking dumb as shit, dude. He had a 190 IQ. No, if you relied on me to invent math, dude, we're dead. We're all fucking dead. All of us. Every single one of us is gonna die.
Wait,
What do you mean discover?
190 IQ?
Yeah.
Where do you get this information from?
The fucking robot, dude.
Robot? What robot?
Gemini.
It says Newton has 190 IQ.
Sir Isaac Newton's IQ is estimated to be around 190, though it is impossible to know exact numbers. Modern IQ tests did not exist during this time, and the numerical scores for historical figures are based on a retrospective analysis of their achievements. Catherine Cox's study, a famous 1926 study by psychologist Catherine Cox, estimated historical geniuses' IQ based on childhood and early adult records, placing Newton at around 190 IQ. Modern adjustments, 168 to 170.
So I wanted to ask Einstein's IQ, and the robot says it is unknown. Interesting.
My robot says 160, though he never took a test. It's just an inference between 160 and 180.
Newton seems to be smarter than Einstein then.
Well, Einstein had more access to information. Newton helped pioneer, so he had a harder starting point, right? Without Newton, we don't even know if we'd have Einstein. There was other people doing Newton's work, I guess, and so there would have been a delay. We don't really know the course of history. There probably would have been 10 years, 20 years, maybe 50 years being extreme or something like that before Einstein. But, butterfly effect, dude, lots of shit could have happened. Blah, blah, blah. We don't really know. But it is what it is. Newton made his shit. Einstein contributed to the body. But, Newton had a harder starting point, man.
Can you ask the same bot what's the IQ of Leibniz? Because they discovered calculus at the same time.
Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz estimated 190 to 205.
How are these particularly useful investigations?
Nothing. It's not.
We're making comparisons.
Yeah, it's just loose comparisons of what people think about it, just to compare how fucking smart you got to be a great, to be a giant, to be remembered for your brains, right? Think about how many people you got to kill to be Achilles, right? You got to kill a lot of people. You got to do the nerd equivalent of that. Even though Achilles never existed, but still, you got to do the nerd equivalent of savagely taking on a whole fucking civilization and chopping off all their fucking heads. That's what Newton did. Fucking Veni Vidi Vici.
there are Persian sources that talk about Trojan War, so it happened. Maybe the names are different, but maybe the persons in the war that took place in that century were real.
Yeah, but I don't care. Like, nothing I believe is true hinges on whether those people are real.
Because when we go back in history, we start to like um, lose our ability to collect information about events. We have to look at texts. The text may not be the truth.
So what?
They might be some. You know, we can compare um, the start of Iliad to the Bible.
Yeah, but why would I want to? Like, what are you getting at?
Because that's another way to collect information about our history.
So what? What does this matter? Or do you think I'm denying history or something?
Well, this matters because we have to make conclusions.
Yeah, the conclusions is the people in the Bronze Age ate their own feces and probably had brain damage and were just fucking retarded as shit and believed dumb stuff. You know? But what's wrong with that? It makes perfect sense, right? Bronze Age, right? They fucked children back then, bro. Like, seriously, dude, like, I talk to people about that like try to build up these people from back then. These people were disgusting. They didn't have bathrooms like you think. They didn't have hygiene like you think. What do you think they wrote about famine so much about those times as being like some attack by God? Moses showed up and they all died. Yeah, because Moses was fucking carrying like pathogens and shit, right? Probably just like fucking the Americans did. It's like, I don't know. They're just nasty people, right? From nasty times. If you teleported to ancient Judea, you know what the first thing you'd do is? You'd be spending about 30 minutes vomiting and leaking from orifices, dude. Your ears would be sweating, right? Trying to just evacuate the just odor, right? That's what you would be doing there. You would be retching. It's just the nasty smell of the environment, because that's the people of ancient Judea. It's not, I'm not shitting on them. Well, I mean, it does sound like it, but it's just, that's what it was. They, you know, they were gross people. They showered and did their best and stuff, dude. But, you know, infection was real. These people got cut, died of gangrene and shit. You know, they didn't have penicillin. So it was just horrible. Like, if you made it to 20, dude, it's like, wow, you did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, why anybody goes to ancient people for ideas is just beyond me, other than an example of not how to do it, right? That's it. It's a learning experience. This is how you don't do it. You know, they were brutal savages back then, man. We still are today in certain areas. It's not like we've really changed other than socially since then. It's only been a couple of thousand years, which ain't shit. But it's still a long time. You know, the culture's changed since then. We have like all different kinds of rules and laws now that just make ancient times incompatible. Christians, they don't follow their own Bible. I'm thankful that a Christian today just doesn't follow the Bible. Because if they did, they'd be like taking their kids out and fucking stoning them to death. You seen kids these days? I'd be helping them, bro. If the shit was legal, just don't tell anybody. But yeah, shit's different. We learned a bunch of stuff. We know why, you know, it's not good to have a kid in a coal mine, right? We figured it out. We figured out a lot of shit. We still got a lot of shit to figure out, though, man. And it don't help with all these people running around believing in magic, trying to cast spells on people. Just look at how these religious people acted today with like COVID. They got COVID and they felt the patriotic need to spread it, right? That's just weird. That's human behavior right there. When ancient times, you know why other religions' information is so hard to find? Because when conquering armies, you know, they would conquer, and part of that process would be like literally tearing down their religious sites where there were repositories of information, you know, religious information, money, you know, that they were collecting there at the churches and temples and stuff, and they would burn the temples down and then they would shit in them. There's stories and accounts of just defecating all up in them, right? That's how humans behave right there. That's your cousins and shit from not very long ago, geologically speaking. We are that same animal. You put a man in a cage today, they'll do nasty shit in that cage, bro. We're only civilized because we interact and we trained each other to behave.
It may sound nasty, but there's a good reason they do that.
What, smearing poop all over the walls?
Like destroying churches, those religious buildings, and raping all the women.
Yeah, because they're fucking savages, dude. That's the good reason. They're amoral savages, bro, that have been romanticized as like the people who brought us the holy word, bro. It's disgusting. Like, dude, I hate that I have to hate my ancestors so much because they're so vile. I wish I could just understand that they were nasty people and move on. But we've got so many people like acting like these people were great people. They were not great people. These were like some of the worst. Like, they would fucking kill you in a heartbeat, bro. You go back there and start running your you know, extremely it don't matter how, like, you could be a full-blown white nationalist or something, as conservative as you think you could possibly get. And you go back then, yeah, you ain't nowhere close, bro. There's like democracy isn't a thing. It's like literally somebody points at you and you fucking die, right? That's just how that shit is, man. Like, shit was pretty bad, man. It wasn't until like Hammurabi, man. Hammurabi really changed it, because before it was sort of a lawless hellscape, right? Everybody was like, they had their own laws. People, tribes running around just savagely fucking shit up. And Hammurabi did a lot of conquering, and wherever he went, he left his law. He left a code that everyone was to follow, and you know, guards would enforce it and shit. So he didn't just conquer and take their shit. He conquered and converted. You know, he converted people, and that's why we know about the Code of Hammurabi today. Is that it survived because it was in so many cities, and even though those Babylonian cities were fucking, you know, razed, enough of it lasted, right? Because it spread enough. But you know, he was one of the first dudes that we know of. I mean, there are probably people before him, who knows? But he's the first guy we know of that really, in that region, codified law.
Now I wonder, like, those atrocities that they committed in the past in mass, like the armies entering a city, raping women, destroying and peeing all over stuff and their sacred objects and defining them. Do you think this is because every soldier in the army is is like that, or because one person does it and the others follow it? Because there is nothing that prevents them from doing so.
No, it's just the culture of humans at the time.
There's no repercussions from doing that.
Yeah, well, you know, it's hard to be able to speak for ancient people, man. It's a different time, different place, man. They're shitbags. I can say that. They're all fucking.
Like we still have pedophiles like Epstein.
Yeah, but it's not codified. Bible codifies fucking children. We stopped fucking children like 100 years ago. Like United States Americans, we banned it for like the last 100 years.
That's correct.
I think
So
the
before
youngest
before
state's
that,
like
every
17 or 16.
yeah yeah. So before the legalization of fucking children, it wasn't called pedophilia then, because it wasn't a pedophilia; it was legal.
Well, technically they weren't pedophiles because they did wait for pubescence, and pedophilia is attracted to prepubescence. So it's just an arbitrary distinction that we make because no one gives a shit because they're little kids. We see them and perceive them as little kids. We don't care when they get their period anymore. That's not part of the metric. It's more about like size and how fucking stupid they are. Right? When you stop being so dumb because your brain gets all big and shit and it's done cooking about 25, we say you're not a kid no more.
Mm-hmm.
You could see it in their brains. Take a like class in human growth and development, man, and you learn like the like development of the brain and the tasks that it can perform at the varying ages. And you know, we just discovered through studies that the brain is just developing too much when a child's young. It's better that they're psychologically primed in education during their youth, and let the sexual priming happen later in life. The longer you put off the sexual priming, the more psychological growth and development that the child can have in other skills like you know, character building, social development, stuff like that. So that's why we have a society that needs a person, a member, to be educated to a particular degree. And in order to get them there, you know, we came up with K through 12, which, you know, fills in these adolescent, young adult years where,
Mm-hmm.
you know, child psychologists, developmental, you know, biologists, you know, people in that field of studying development of people, sociologists and shit, give us these recommendations. That's, you know, it's we now have these because the nerds studied the problem, and the problem was human growth and development, and now we have just a better understanding of it. So we sort of naturally, as we educate ourselves and become more of aware of a problem in the damage and benefits that our actions cause, we have a better understanding of that, and we naturally make social adjustments. But it's you know, it takes time. It's a process.
Right.
You know, in my rhetoric, I focus a lot on childhood indoctrination, a child's participation and role in a family unit, the parents' role in the family unit, and what happens during those stages of development. Most people get their religious beliefs through indoctrination and inculcation from the broader world when they're being indoctrinated. When they're being indoctrinated, they don't need the inculcation, right? It is inculcation in indoctrination, but it's being taken care of directly within that family unit. Or in that unit that's going to be your indoctrination. But inculcation is just how you acquired your culture, your broad general culture. And you know, if you're born in a Western civilization, you know, anytime now, you are saturated with Christianity. If you're born in the Middle East, you're saturated with Islam, right? It's highly regional. And studies have shown that a person adopts the religion of their region most of the time. Most of the time, that's the case. That people believe what their culture teaches them, and they're more likely to believe that if their family indoctrinates them. So, my philosophy, I focus mostly on that process, not just to go after kids, but go after the adult who remembers being a kid and their life being indoctrinated and inculcated so that they can realize that the only information they actually do know about this God thing is from that inculcative pathway that's not reliable, because that's just Chinese whispers. That's just telephone. That's playing telephone from one family to the next family back in time. Your parents told you, their parents told them, their parents told them, and it's just telephone. And if you don't agree that telephone is a reliable pathway to truth, then you shouldn't adopt any philosophies that just came from telephone, right? You would need something to warrant the belief, something to tell you or compel you, some aspect of reality that's confirming and acting as an outside source for whatever property you believe God would have. You would need that thing first. Yeah, Singer. I mean, that's, they get you early. And that's the disadvantage I'm put at by, people having that unfettered access to their own kid's brain and psychological development. It puts me at a disposition because by the time I interact with your kid, he's going to be an adult and he's going to be entrenched into, he's got nearly, I don't really deal with like people. So, but, 20 years, let's just say, for the sake of purpose, the argument, you got 20 years of indoctrination. And then I encounter them, right? There's an uphill battle, right? It's this huge, and then the argument is that your parents loved you so much they gaslit you. People don't want to hear that shit, right? That's automatically, I'm not only telling you that you're not going to get your afterlife because you were gaslit, but it was your parents who gaslit you. People just don't get that message. It's not a pretty message, but it is the message. There's stories that hint on these. The Matrix is kind of that idea too. The Matrix centers on solipsism, shit like that. The wool has been pulled over your eyes and stuff. Culture is like that. You were dropped into an ongoing culture, running. It was already going. There's thousands and thousands of years of history. Catch up. You just got born into this world and you got thousands of years of history to catch up to.
Mm-hmm. However, we have access to internet and we can talk to people all over the planet, and we can expose ourselves to different cultures and learn about them.
Yeah, and I think in that process, because I've done that for a while, I've talked to people online, people like you from all over the world. Dude, the ideas people have of God's vary, and this only enriches my understanding of Igtheism. Why I'm an Igtheist and not an atheist? Because an atheist is denying all gods, but it's my assertion that the atheist has got too of a narrow or myopic understanding of God. Right? That if the atheist were to broaden his horizon or her horizon about what God means, they will quickly see that some gods exist. And their philosophy here, I air quotes because it's not a real philosophy, their philosophy doesn't help them. It doesn't help them with existent gods. It makes them look stupid, because then the atheist starts acting like they know what gods are, and those gods that exist aren't gods. It's just ridiculous. Like, I don't care if a thing exists and it's called a god or not. If someone believes in a god and I ask them what it is and they point at a thing that's real, their god exists, right? I'm done, right? Like, I don't have an issue with this. Atheists do, because they just deny its existence. I'm more concerned about how it's represented ontologically through our epistemology, because I think there's a more subtle mimetic approach at this. Then you're not just trying to get someone to believe their thing's not real, right? You're trying to get someone to believe that there's a proper way to come to understanding what's real, right? And maybe at some point in their life, when they start adopting that philosophy about how to properly represent things that are real, they'll begin to ask themselves, why am I not applying this methodology to God, right? My belief in God. So whether they deconvert or not, I don't care, because it's the philosophy I want people to consider, because I think the philosophy is true, that the best approach to take on the topic of the God thing is Igtheism.
Hello?
Because it talks about the the linguistics.
Somebody's driving? Dude, get off the...
Dude, can you
Dude,
not
get off the
main
phone.
character this shit, dude? What are you doing?
That's terrifying. Get off the phone.
Me?
No, this guy's main character. He's just trying to get attention.
Yeah, in my experience, people born in cosmopolitan cities, they're less likely to commit to some fanatic fundamentalist philosophy, unless they're disadvantaged like Adolf Hitler.
The sad thing is, dude, is like almost every human being is like a latent fucking murderer, thief, rapist, right? We all have that capacity in us as an animal. Now, depending on your starting conditions, the time you spent being able to develop psychologically before the trauma of life, set in, before you started getting distracted or something like that, and unable to develop, like we like kids to be able to develop, right? We traumatize kids; they stop developing. It's psychological priming. Have you heard of the 9 dolphins illusion?
What is it called again?
The 9 dolphins illusion.
Dolphins.
Yeah, dolphins, like the fish.
Dolphins. Oh, I haven't heard of it.
So it for the people on YouTube, you could look it up. The 9 dolphins illusion. And what it is it shows an example of psychological priming. If you look at that picture, if you're an adult, which you should be if you're listening to the stream for one, but if you look at that picture, the first thing you should see as an adult is a couple having sex, right? That's what you should be seeing. Like, it's not very graphic, but it's like a couple being intimate, right? Like the silhouette, the reverse silhouette or whatever. But look closer, you're seeing dolphins. There's dolphins in that picture. The dolphins make up the picture, right? Now, because you've been psychologically primed, like if you clicked on that picture and that was the first thing you saw, you've been primed sexually, right? Those images and context have been implanted in your brain. And as soon as you see that, that's what you see. But if you show that image to a little kid, they just see dolphins. They're just like, oh, cool, dolphins, right? They don't see the imagery, right? That imagery is primed. They've never seen two people like that. They've never seen anybody in those poses properly, right? So it's not information that their brain is primed to computate, but animals are. Their brains are heavily primed with animals, dolphins and shit like that. So that's immediate what a child sees, and it's immediate what an adult sees. That's the power of psychological priming.
Well, in the picture, I can see 2 human bodies. They're naked, but because I don't have the knowledge of sex, or how it works, then I don't know what they're doing. They're just like rubbing their bodies against each other. I don't know what that means.
They're more like embracing than they're really doing anything.
But a kid knows what a naked human body looks like.
No, a kid doesn't know that. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. A kid does not know that.
They don't look at themselves in the mirror.
Unless the kid has been exposed to naked bodies, they actually don't have the imagery of mind to do that. You say, well, what about their own naked body? They're not seeing naked bodies from that's not seeing a naked body in your own mind. That's not seeing other people naked. You've seen yourself naked, but you don't think of yourself as exposed to yourself. The concept of exposure, right? What you're seeing in that image is a complex emotional state that typically children are not exposed to. And this imagery exposes whether or not this kid has been psychologically primed, right? If they're capable of seeing these images at a rapid rate like an adult mind does, it does indicate that this child's been victimized, right? If they have a high psychological drive towards seeing the sexual imagery, this is an indication they've been victimized.
Right.
It's not to say that no kid even if they weren't victimized, looking at that image isn't going to put two and two together. It's just about it's immediate reactions. This isn't like you've studied it for like 20 minutes. This is like your immediate, you look at this image, what's the first thing you see? Not what do you see in its total. What did you first see when you looked at it? That's what this image is for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I cheated for you. I spoiled it. If you wanted to try this on like a friend of yours, somebody, you know, your age and older or whatever, don't tell them anything. Just show them the image and ask them what they see.
I can't see the dolphins.
Yeah, well, then you're retarded.
Now I see them. Yeah, I had to pay attention to recognize them.
Yeah, it's harder to see the dolphins because, again, the weight a dolphin has in your brain versus sex is different.
How?
So, what's the age you recognize a couple has sex?
You should
Is
probably
it 4, 5?
no. You should probably be recognizing that stuff around puberty, when your body naturally starts becoming sexual. That's what puberty does. Is it's the transitionary phase from a pre-sexual state, and it primes us for reproduction. That is exactly what it does. So those are the years when you start beginning to think about it. And I'd say probably by that age. No, if you didn't start seeing that shit by 16, I'd think that, you know, you're probably not socially developing enough. Because whether we like it or not, children should be exploring these ideas amongst their peers, amongst their own age group. It is perfectly natural for boyfriend and girlfriends to happen, them, you know, to be kissing and stuff, holding hands. They shouldn't be like full blown having sex, but they are, you know, developing humans. So just think about when you started doing it. It's probably when, you know, any generation starts doing it naturally.
Yeah. So I remember having a conversation as a kid with a girl on my age when I was like 8. She told me about sex and what it is, and I wasn't. I didn't know before she like told me. So
Yeah, and that's a
uh,
strong, like, if I was involved, if like I was an adult and I heard that conversation, I would have a conversation with a social worker about what I heard.
so
Not
do you
saying
think
not
this is
saying you or
because?
or her did anything wrong, and I wouldn't put you guys out like that because you're kids or whatever. But if I
Mhm.
heard an 8-year-old talking that way, I would report that to not the police, but like I said, a social worker or the fire department or something like that. Not to cause a direct alert, but to
Mhm.
get people who care and have the resources involved, and they can handle it like how they should. That's there could be an explanation for that, but still, 8 years old really shouldn't be thinking about stuff like that, and it just tells me that they're exposed. Could
Maybe
have been one
girls hit
time, and it, you know,
puberty
wasn't bad in
earlier
their life
than.
or whatever, but you know, they could have walked in on mom
So
and dad or something. That's possible.
so
But
maybe girls hit puberty earlier than men, boys, or it's
yeah, but
because I.
we both enter the arena at the same time, sort of.
Mhm. Because when I was like 9, someone jumped on me and started making those voices like moaning, and told me that I'm gonna have a child after 9 months. I was like, what the fuck? What is this guy
It
talking
just
about?
sounds like a meme, dude.
Yeah. And I was 9 and that happened.
Yeah, I really don't want
Maybe
any more details, dude. Keep your private stories to yourself. I don't want details.
I'm just
We don't need
wondering
to
if,
discuss details, man.
yeah, if I was late or early. I think I was late.
Who's this BB? You ready?
Maybe.
Yeah, are you ready?
What am I ready for?
Proving the existence of a God thing. Can you do it?
No, I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
I'm speaking English. If you don't speak English, I'm going to ask you to leave.
No, I'm not gonna leave.
Okay, then I'll just be forced to ban you, I guess? Like, is that what this is?
I guess.
Oh, that was harsh.
Yeah, I mean, it's harsh for her to come in here and fucking break my room rules. That's fucked up.
Some people cannot read.
And some people can go fuck themselves, too. Dude, there's a reason. Well, multiple reasons. I don't have kids. I don't want to take care of people. I'm not here to teach people how to do basic fucking ADLs and shit.
Do you care about people who are smart but have disabilities?
I care about all human beings, which is why I'm an ethical misanthrope. I have a high capacity for empathy. And all you motherfuckers ever done my whole life is just be pieces of shit. So I've learned to hate humans. Dude, I used to like smile and be all happy and shit, bounce when I walked. I used to skip. I remember skipping when I was young. I ain't skipped fucking long ass time. I ain't been that happy. Just miserable, dude. Shit sucks, dude. This fucking planet is just filled with fucking assholes, man. Just idiots running this country, running this fucking world, being dumb, killing people for their little fucking sick fantasies and shit. It's crazy. I grew up listening to fucking Alex Jones freak out about shit, dude. Just like, I'm talking Bohemian Grove shit. I'm not talking about the shit he was doing about like
Alex Jones?
Sandy Hook. Yeah,
With
Alex
Kennedy.
Jones. Just like freaking
Kennedy's
out,
neighbor?
man. Hearing
Oh,
this shit.
this guy.
Hearing about the Jews and the lizard people and shit. And we all would just laugh at him and stuff, you know? And it just kind of sucks that all this shit's going on, you know? Not that Alex Jones was ever right about anything that the guy fucking said, but for to see how the world has developed this way to where it's like there's this huge war and shit's all blowing up and fucking going out of fucking proportion. There's a genocide happening and stuff and nothing, you know, taxpayer money's going over there and just sending more billionaires becoming trillionaires and shit. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I mean, just look at Discord. Yeah, it's a microcosm, but still, look at the people on it. It's crazy. What's happening? Why do we fucking hate each other so goddamn much? You know, because we can see it. It's in our culture. We're all just vile fucking animals. Man. Makeup's starting to wear off.
Um, so I've been thinking a lot about how these people get top scores in exams, like in national exam. They get the top score. They're in the top 10, for instance, and still believe in God or like have some
Well, hold on now. A lot of them cheat. It's not to say that the top
Idiotic.
scorers are cheater. I mean, the top scorers are probably not cheaters, but the people in that top block, though, are a higher percentage of cheaters than people in the bottom.
That's correct. But honest, there's like some mass cheating going on. Because from what I see, like I can say like 70%. Because I've been around them, like I talked to a lot of them and saw those people on the internet talking about stuff. And I can see how idiot they are. So I just cannot I cannot understand the fact that you can be an idiot and become a top scorer in an exam.
Because it has more to do with inculcation and psychological programming than it has to do with intelligence.
Yeah, but solving those mathematical equations really fast, like in a minute for every question, without making a mistake.
Hang on, Eric.
And reading
Eric,
half a page paragraphs in a minute.
Hey, Eric.
Yes, sir.
Can you prove the existence of a God thing?
No, I'm atheist.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
No, I don't think anybody can.
Yeah, but we're just worried about you right now.
No.
All right, then I'm Wayne. Get wrecked, nerd. Know what's wrong with you?
Huh? Okay.
Well, it seems to me that it's a trivial task. Why can't you do it?
I can't do it. I don't think you could do it. I don't think anybody can.
It's a trivial task. It's kind of sad that you can't do it.
I don't think you can.
Well, what
But
is
wait,
what?
if you were to prove the existence of, let's say, any god, any religion, that would just take away it being faith, right?
No.
Yeah. Because if you prove the existence, there wouldn't be another religion outside of it.
That's not true. That's just absolutely not true, dude. We've proven like evolution, for example. So there should be no other beliefs outside of it, but there are. Right? People are crazy. They get homeschooled.
I agree.
So yeah, I mean, it seems to be a trivial task. Do you know what the task is? Have you thought about what the task is? Before I prove a god's existence to you, what is the task? Zoom out, get in orbit, hang out with the the aliens, and look down at planet Earth. What are the monkeys doing? What do you see and observe them doing when they're proving the existence of a god thing?
I don't know.
Think about it. What do all gods have in common? All of them.
They're all not real?
Nope. Some of them are real. That's what I was telling you earlier. I know about some are real. But we'll get that to that later. But what do all gods have in common?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Just think about it.
They're all higher powered?
Nope. That's not it.
Let's see. They're all the original creator?
Nope.
Fuck. I don't know. I feel like I'm failing a test right now.
You're doing good, though. You give up?
Yeah.
Nothing. They have no common attribute. The only common uniting factor amongst all the gods is the monkey that points at it and calls it a god.
Okay.
So it's not a common uniting factor on the god. It's just the one thing they have in common is that they're being pointed at by a monkey. Right? There's a monkey standing right over.
The monkey is us?
Yeah, we're the monkey. We're pointing at stuff and saying that's God.
We're not monkeys though.
Yeah, we are.
No, we didn't evolve from monkeys.
I'm literally speaking monkey right now, dude.
No, we were monkey-like, but actual monkeys, they have their own evolution. We resembled monkeys.
And they turned in, it's like you're a fish by the same light. The exact same light I'm saying you're a monkey, you're a mammal. Look up the law of monophyly.
No, you're right. We are mammals. I agree with that.
Yeah,
Eric,
you're
But we're not
you're a
monkeys.
Are
monkey.
you creationist or an evolutionist?
Me?
Me?
Eric.
Evolutionist.
Yeah, then you're a monkey.
No, but you don't understand. Monkeys are separated from humans.
There's old
Like
world and
we
new
were
world monkey.
monkey-like.
No,
At
we're
one
monkey.
point in our evolution phase, we were monkey-like,
We're
but we're not
full-blown
directly
monkey.
a monkey.
Yeah, we're
No.
full-blown. It's the law of monophyly, bro.
No. We're not monkeys.
Can
We're
I
not
explain it to you?
orangutan.
You want to hear the answer?
Yes.
So you have two divisions in monkey. You got old world and new world monkey. Okay. Now you have primates. Primates are what the more accurate term in science is going to be is primate. Right? Monkey's kind of an old term. Primate's the new. Now there's catarrhine or catarrhini primates, and that's our branch. That's more akin to the old world monkeys. So we're catarrhine primates. We are primates of the catarrhine variety. There's pithlorine or some shit like that. There's other, fuck those. These guys suck. It's the catarrhines that kick ass that sucks. And those went on to evolve to us. Now, due to the law of monophyly, you never lose the thing that makes you what you are, technically. You always are a member of that group, your ancestry, your genetics, right? Like your
Right.
great grandma was one of them monkeys and shit. Not your great grandma, but you got to add a lot of greats.
Right.
So
we're the only species that's under this category.
No, there's lots of monkey apes. All the apes are monkeys. So gibbons, gorillas, orangutans, chimpanzees, bonobos.
Humans as well?
Did I say orangutans? Yeah. We're great apes. We're the same as the great apes. We're a member of the great ape.
So how long do you think, like, let's take an orangutan, for example. How long do you think it's going to take them to evolve into what we are now?
Never. They're never going to do that.
So we have to be different.
Yeah, we are different, but we're all primates. We're all apes.
Yeah.
It's like we're all mammals.
No, we're not all apes. We're all primates.
No, all apes are monkeys, are primates. All apes are primates. And we're catarrhine primates, which means we're old world monkeys.
No, I disagree with that. It has to be.
You're disagreeing with the law of monophyly.
It's like disagreeing
it's
that like a
theoretical law.
wolf is a wolf and a wolf is a canine. It's like because a wolf is a wolf, it couldn't be a canine.
Yeah, but
And
they're
like a
not
dog is a
tracks in
canine,
the evolutionary in the
and a wolf is not a dog,
scale.
but they're both canines.
Look at it this way. Monkey was walking the planet for a long time, and there were no apes. This was pre-ape monkeys, right? There were only monkeys on the planet. Monkeys split, but they stayed evolutionarily pretty similar for a long time, right? And this is why you have old world. Well, we weren't around yet. We were in the old world monkey group. So we have a common ancestry with all monkeys, right? All monkeys branch back down to primates, right? Primate is the distinction that I'm referring to. So you have old world, new world monkeys, but you have primates. Primates is this new line of monkey. Primate evolved after monkey, right? Monkeys had bifurcated, but maintained monkeys to after the bifurcation. They were still all monkeys. It's just a particular group of monkeys went on to become the primates that we are, the apes, right? So there were a division of
But why are we the only
monkeys.
ones?
We're not the only ones.
No, we're the only ones that have evolved this far, though.
Every single dude, have you seen a cricket? When was the last time you saw a cricket?
A cricket?
Yeah, a cricket.
Within the last year, probably.
Okay, well, that cricket has the same common ancestor as you do. It's been around for 4 billion years. Well, 3.5 billion years. You guys are just as evolved as each other.
If you're asking how we become diverse from the apes or monkeys, when you consider the glacial periods, interglacial periods, I think the scientists they think humans developed the capability to use tools better than monkeys and use their brain.
No, we
they
are
learned
monkeys. Everything we
Yeah.
do, monkeys build rockets and go to space, bro.
We are
See
better
what-
monkeys.
Yeah, but
We're
we're the
monkey.
only monkeys that do.
Yeah, we're the
No.
only monkey that builds rockets, right? That's true. I noticed that too, man.
How
you
we
can't
became that
label us
first.
the same as other monkeys if we're
Dude,
so far advanced
Dude,
on the
let me
evolutionary
say
scale.
it this way. Let me say this way. Some fish build rockets and go to space. Some fish do.
No, that's false.
You know what a fish is? You know what a fish is? What is a fish?
Is it us? We share the
Yeah,
same
we're fish,
common
but
ancestry.
what is a fish though? What are the first fish are notable for being what?
It's a taxonomy for animal, a kind of
No,
animal.
vertebrates. They're the
Is that
first.
what we are?
Yeah, the fish are the first of the vertebrates.
How come fish haven't evolved the same as we have?
We are fish.
No, we're separate. I'm telling you.
Are vertebrates.
We are
Fish
single
are
cell.
No, you're
vertebrates.
right. We're vertebrates, but
We
we're
are
not
a
fish.
highly modified land fish of the monkey variety. All monkeys are fish, bro. Not all fish are monkeys, but all monkeys are fish. All birds are fish. Now, are all
So you're saying
crickets?
all
are
life came from the
crickets
ocean?
fish? Well, that's what I'm asking you now. Are all crickets fish?
I suppose so.
No.
No, it's wrong. Okay.
The common ancestry between fish and fish and monkey, or and cricket is farther back than fish.
Yeah, but that's just theorized.
No, that's evident by you having a backbone and fish being the first animals with backbones. So your great out of whole shit. I'm here for like 3 hours saying great. Granddaddy was a fish, bro. Swimming around in the ocean, fucking your grandma fish, dude. Well, they spawned and shit like that. So he like busted all over the environment.
You're right. That's what the theory says.
Right. So
but it's not factual.
Your bloodline is fish, bro. You never stopped being a vertebrate, bro. You never.
I believe that over mythology, though. Over theology.
No, there's direct evidence of this, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. All vertebrates are fish, bro. Every single vertebrate ever.
Yeah, but the evidence is just theorized.
No, it's
like somebody said that was the evidence, and then now you believe it.
No, it's categorized. It's a category.
No.
So we found these fish, and we defined them as vertebrate, and we called it the first of the vertebrates.
First animals appeared in oceans, and the
first
animals with vertebrae, they also
Yeah.
But
I think a cricket's would be more related to like a crustacean or some shit, right?
So crickets don't have a backbone?
No, they're invertebrates.
Interesting.
Crickets use like hydraulic pressure and an exoskeleton and shit like that. They don't have bones.
Oh, like a cockroach, huh?
Well, yeah, exactly like a cockroach because they're both bugs. Yeah.
So you're saying that all life originated from the ocean?
Dude, let me show you something here, dude. Look at this. You don't even need genetics. You don't need you know how cell membranes are made?
I mean, I've heard the term before, but I don't know what it is.
Well, it's cell membrane, right? The membrane around all your cells that make the inside versus the outside, the membrane.
Okay.
Do you know about cellular mitosis, cell division?
See, that's another thing. Like, I know the terminology. I don't know what it actually is.
But you know about cell division, right?
No. I didn't pay attention to this stuff in high school, bro. I'm telling you.
Like a cell will split in half and become two cells, right?
A cell, yeah. You can't split an atom, right?
Yeah, you can split atoms, but you know how a cell could be... Cells do this to themselves. They split themselves in half and become two cells.
Yeah. So
right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I've heard that before.
Right. So
during
that
process,
during that process, all that happens is the cell membrane is pinched off. It doesn't actually reproduce cell membrane to do this. Internal structures in the cell pinch it off. Now, the cell membrane grows when it gets stretched, right? there will be phospholipids in the environment inside and outside the cell, just chilling, like kind of close to the membrane, just hanging out. And whenever the membrane gets pulled tight, they just pop in, right? They'll just slide right in naturally. They just pop right in there, right? You just pull on it and they just pop in like that. It's like you could create them in your sink. You can go get some soap and you can create lipids. They're not phospholipids, but they'll have the same action. They'll form a membrane. Phospholipids are just membranes with structure, and these structures are formed by phospholipids, and they just naturally bond. They don't require a chemical reaction to occur, right? They don't need to be modified. They just plug right in when the membrane stretches, right?
Okay.
So all your cell membranes all trace back to the first cell that was you, your egg.
Okay, yeah.
Now, where'd you get that membrane? Where'd that membrane come from? Your egg.
My mom?
Your mom. And your mom was basically born with it. Basically. She was born with a cell that would ultimately turn into the egg, you know, during development. But you were in there. That your membrane was one of your mom's earlier cells in life. In her development, she made your membrane and just held on to it until it turned into you, right?
Right.
So your cell membrane, all of your cell membranes are actually your mom's cell membrane. Because when she made her cell, she just pinched off one of her cells to make your cell, your egg, right? She just pinched it off. So your membrane is your mom's membrane. It's the same exact membrane, right? It was
But
born
it's not actually hers because it's her mom's.
right, and all the way back to the very first membrane. The first cell that divided on planet Earth, every single organism on planet Earth has the exact same membrane. It's the same membrane. All life.
So
It
we're
don't
all
matter.
connected?
Every bit of us, yeah. Every
Even my
organism.
dad?
Every bit of it.
I looked it up. Men also have the vast majority of the genetic code. And they have the genetic code of ovaries, but they, in the development, trigger different cascade. So in the development phase, humans develop into two different bodies, like two different. Is it called sexual dimorphism, something like that?
Yeah, sexual dimorphism. But not all animals have that.
But they have the same genetic code. So we still have, men also have boobs, right?
Milk anything with nipples, Greg.
Mm-hmm.
Or what do you say? I got nipples. Can you milk mine, Greg?
So it is shown that if you have enough prolactin to trigger a development of milk in the breast, a man can also lactate.
Yeah, I mean, typically a man cannot lactate. Human males. We have those mammary structures, but they're so atrophied they don't ever expect to get fucking milk out of the things. Women have bigger ones, right? Like they're much more productive than ours. Ours are so atrophied that I wouldn't say that they're ductile like that. But there may be some men who have like gynecomastia, and maybe they have, you know, a higher chance of doing that. I don't know. Physiologically, it should be possible, but due to, I would say, major morphological differences.
Yeah.
Between
my point is we have the
ours.
same instructions, but some instructions are not followed during developmental process.
Yeah. Yeah, we're anatomically female first. Yeah, Nick, you're a fucking fish, bro. So it's been true this whole time. Whales and dolphins are fish.
Scientists say we have 5% of viral DNA in our genetic code. Does that mean we are also viruses?
Well,
maybe.
we are. Like, are you aware of like placental development? Like with the last time I looked into this shit, current theory on placental mammals was that an earlier marsupial got an endogenous retrovirus insertion in the genes that regulated the placenta in the marsupial, and it caused the placenta to proliferate, and so mammalian development was able to come about due to that insertion, that ERV.
Yeah, we can do nasty things like that.
Yeah, Nick. It's called the evolution of science, bro. Did you know that science evolves too? That's gonna freak you out, huh? Learning that science evolves. So earlier attempts to classify things relied on physical morphology, right? Likeness. We would look at a thing and be like, that must have been a fish. That's why we started out saying dolphins were fish. And then we found later that we're all a bunch of dumbasses because, well, mammals, they're actually mammals. So we had to stop calling them fish. And then we found out again that we're all a bunch of dumbasses because mammals are fish, because they're vertebrates, right? Because we poorly describe what vertebrates and fish are. Fish are just the first vertebrates, man, right? So when you're looking at a barracuda today is not a fish from 700 million years ago, right? We have a common ancestor with modern fish. Modern fish, like a barracuda or a shark, these are animals that have been around for as long as we have been around. And the amount of change we've undergone because we're highly modified land fish is mammalian. We've become mammals. We're mammals, we're primates, we're great apes, we're humans, right? But we are vertebrates. So our common ancestry with the barracuda is a fucking fish. And because of the law of monophyly, you never stopped being a fish. You never stopped being a vertebrate. The defining characteristic of fish is that they are vertebrates. So yeah, get over it, bro. You're a fish. You're also a single-celled organism. Technically, you're a single-celled, multicellular organism. Like you don't have like your cells are single cells. They are singular cells. They're just in a colony, in a bunch of them. So we call it multicellular.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very complicating, highly evolved single cells, eukaryotic cells. But the eukaryotes were single-celled organisms for a while, right? It's not like, oh, you're a eukaryote, therefore you're multicellular. Nope, that's not true. You could be a single-celled eukaryotic organism. There's 4 billion year old single-celled eukaryotic organisms right now in every single fucking pond in the world, right? Just chock full of single-celled eukaryotic organisms living there, not evolving into multicellularity. Crazy, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'm also talking to people in my YouTube side chat too. So.
And there is a discussion on the origin of mitochondria, and scientists claim that it's a prokaryotic cell. Like somehow it entered the cell and gained the ability to replicate with the cell.
Yeah,
Therefore,
we're made of Asgard archaea.
Cells. Mm-hmm.
They think we're made of what's called an Asgard archaea. So an archaeon, it's not a bacteria, it's archaea.
Can you spell it?
Asgard, like the mythology, because they're discovered in just south of Iceland. So the organism is called Asgard archaea. So Archaeon, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Google will correct it. I'm a bad speller. But Asgard archaeon is a group of archaeon or archaea that would have gotten infected with a prokaryotic organism, a bacteria. Probably because it tried to eat it, be a dick. That Asgard probably tried to eat the bacteria, but the bacteria is like, nope, something happened, and You know,
And
it like
suddenly there's a symbiotic relationship between them.
yeah, and then it was symbiotic, and that organism proliferated like fucking crazy. That would be Luca. That would be the last universal common ancestor.
I wonder how the DNA of mitochondria got into the core, the nucleus of the cell.
It didn't. What do you mean? The mitochondria? It doesn't. It has its own bacteria or its own
Doesn't
DNA.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Mitochondria have its own DNA from the host organism. We don't have the same DNA. You like your mitochondria
Right.
and your DNA are not the same DNA. Your mitochondrial
Right.
DNA is the same mitochondrial DNA as your mom and her mom and their mom, and it's you know it's changed. There's different mitochondrias and stuff like
But
that
it's-
when they refer to
Yeah,
it.
the replicating cell is somehow the mitochondria in the replicating cell is somehow instructed to replicate.
Well, yeah,
How
there's
does he get that information?
signals that just send signals like the mitochondria release a chemical. That chemical will be naturally picked up by the environment, and then it'll be carried to the nucleus where it'll begin replication of the necessary parts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from the evolutionary perspective, with enough trial and errors, mitochondria can evolve to pick up the signals and replicate itself. And with natural selection,
What signals?
The signals you mentioned.
Um,
Whatever tells the mitochondria to replicate with the cell is the signal you said.
Well, it just replicates. It regulates itself in its environment, and there could be stressors put on the environment to cause mitochondria to increase. So, a reduction in the available adenosine triphosphate causes the mitochondria to produce more adenosine triphosphate. Stressors put on that system will cause the mitochondria to replicate because the cells will begin dividing, and because the cells are dividing, the mitochondria will replicate with the cells, and this just it's a positive feedback loop. So the more adenosine triphosphate that you withdraw from the environment, the more demand you put on the mitochondria, and they respond. That's why like muscle cells and shit, neurons, they're just saturated with mitochondria because they're tasked to keep producing.
Right. So in high school, they teach us simple eukaryotic cell with a single mitochondria,
Yeah.
like single organelle, whatever Golgi device, something like
the
that.
apparatus, Golgi apparatus.
Yeah, that's not the reality.
That's not real. Yeah, no, that's not real.
Yeah.
There'll be probably hundreds of these things inside the cell.
Yeah. So I looked it up and just realized, cells can have many mitochondria. I just realized that.
It has to do. See, this is part of what they think has to do with. It's called upregulation and downregulation, and it has to do with diabetes. Why people get diabetes, and what happens is the pancreas puts out a molecule that causes the cells to uptake sugar, right? The ATP and shit, sugar to the sugar, the glucose, to go to the mitochondria. So fat cells are what's really, I think, what's producing most of our adenosine triphosphate, or fat cells. They're like specialized in that task. But wait, what the hell was I talking about? I got fucking derailed under the fucking fat cells.
Alpha cells and beta cells in pancreatic structure.
They cause stress on the cells, and the receptors that bind with the insulin are reduced. They're taken up with that action. So they're removed from the cell, and the cell has to construct a new one and put it up. And if there's too much insulin going on, the cells get oversaturated, and they develop a problem with reproducing the receptors. So it's this bad feedback loop caused by the action of glucose to make energy.
And what is the condition called?
Diabetes.
Insulin resistance.
Yeah, insulin resistant diabetes.
Insulin. Yeah. Your cells are less reactive to insulin.
Yeah, so it
So
takes
more insulin is produced. Yeah.
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 And then your pancreas gets overworked from producing the insulin.
Mm-hmm.
People, they sit there from their religious perspective saying to us, life is so complex. And it's like, nerd, you have no fucking idea how complex the shit is. You don't even know how poop is made, bro. If I asked you to explain to me in detail how poop is made, you wouldn't know. Unless you studied the shit. Yeah, how poop is made. Like most, not you in particular. I'm just saying, like, the religious person who's shitting on evolution, saying it's not real, and life is too complex to have evolved and shit like that. It's like, you guys have no idea how complex it is. Like they're only scratching the surface. Like, their idea of complex is the tides, right? Tides are complicating for these people. So when they say, oh, it's so complex, it's like you have no idea. It's so far more complex and wild and awe-inspiring for the nerds to try to figure this shit out, that it's like you listen to these people and it's like you kind of want to feel bad for them, like a little sad that they're so, it's like a magic trick or something. They're just kind of in awe. So it's so pathetic, man. And it just hurts that, like, most of them don't want help and they think they're fucking geniuses, and that a Bronze Age mythology has more to inform us. Dude, it's like, when you get an infection, do you start murdering birds and squirting their blood all over you? Or do you go get some fucking penicillin or whatever's wrong with you? Right? You go get that amoxicillin, man. You don't start pulling out the Bible and figuring out what rituals we're going to perform, right? What goat we're going to fucking sacrifice to get rid of my ball rot. It's crazy, like, these people. Like, they know how, they know how bad it doesn't work. Like, how shitty the methodology is, dude. Like, you never see, but when you do see them, like, these people fucking let snakes bite them and shit. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, literally in Florida, they had to make laws to stop people from playing with fucking dangerous snakes, man. Because they thought that they could, like, get protection from God fucking getting bit by rattlesnakes and shit. It's like, you fucking idiot, dude. So yeah, they had to say, look, we're gonna fucking write your ass up. You come in here getting bit by snakes, okay? You guys gotta cut this shit out.
Yeah. Yeah, people don't realize what penicillin is. Like, they don't understand. Like, most childhood infections are not treatable thanks to penicillin.
Bro, that's what's ridiculous about Jesus trying to claim to be a savior or something. Dude, you know how many people's penicillin saved? Billions. Billions. Jesus, cured like couple people with some minor ailments? Blindness or something? Now we got fucking penicillin. We don't need that shit, man. Now we can eat pork. You know why? Because we figured out how to clean our nasty asses. Why didn't Jesus tell us about fucking soap, right? And washing our asses and plumbing, right? Why didn't he start revealing plumbing so that, you know, cholera levels could go down. Right? Why don't when we read it, it's just one discovery? Dude, I would be shitting my pants if that was the case. That would be fucking dope as shit. You read the Bible, and it was just talking about, like, yeah, and you want to get the proper quantum flux vibrators, and it's like, what? You have no idea. And then in the future, it's like some nerds read the Bible, and it's like, oh, did you calibrate the quantum flux vibrators at 102? Like the Bible says, and then he does it. He, like, dials it in, and boom, the machine works. Never. That's never happened. Not one time. It'll never happen.
I'll be right back. Have to use the restroom.
I think this, I don't know if this thing's accurate or not. Let's see here. Yeah, well, it's kind of late and there's not really anybody to destroy, but hopefully you guys learned some Igtheism tonight. All right, Mom, let's go prove it. That's what I thought. Get wrecked, nerd. Yeah, I mean, I understand biology is hard for some people to understand, Nick. You know, I get it, dude. Dude, being a fish, like, ethically is probably more ethical than being a Bronze Age human, by far. Like, fish are so dumb, you can't really hold them, like, morally accountable. You know what I mean? No, I think we're comparing to modern fish to ancient fish. I know it's complicating, Nick. It is. It's hard. It's called nomenclature. Even that word's a big word, you know? It's like, when are these scientists gonna start speaking to the common man, you know? What are you struggling with, Nick? What is it about the word that's fish, like fish, that's too hard to understand? Is this hard? Is it the amount of letters? Like, I see you using letters in chat that are bigger than fish. Like, did your parents not teach you that fish are vertebrates? They didn't teach you that? You never heard that before? Like, you never took a science class? Yeah, but did you take a science class? Bro, if you're gonna troll in my side chat, I'm gonna fucking moderate, man. My YouTube chat's not for you to spam incoherent nonsense. Flood it with idiocy. I don't want people seeing my chat flooded with idiocy. Some guy just sparking out that he doesn't know what the word fish means.
Who are you talking to?
This fucking guy. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Nick. Come back and troll tomorrow, dude. We'll just keep playing this game, dude.
What game?
It's just fucking useless troll. Fucking guy talks to himself in my side chat.
I want to see my messages. Nothing else.
You do what?
I only see my messages.
No, in my YouTube side chat.
Oh, okay. Speaking of games, have you played Stellaris before?
I think so, but if I did, only for like a few minutes. Dude, this one of my videos I'm gonna be putting out here pretty soon. It's gonna trigger so many of the Phil bros that fucking hate me if they watch this thing, dude. Cause like the first like 2 minutes of it just me repeating, can you prove it? Can you prove it? Prove it. Then prove it then. You can't prove it.
Permit? Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. What did you say?
Nothing. I'm just generally talking. I gotta go AFK and take my dog out.
Hello, Gongolian.
God is real. God is hotter than rain.
Zero.
Hey, what the fuck is this? God ain't real. Prove me wrong. He ain't real. There's no Sky Jew up there. There you go. End of story.
Is that the one that touched you?
No God touched me. The only person who touched me was the rabbi when he cut my fucking foreskin and sucked my wee wee.
Yo, what's up? We're the atheist at.
I'm an atheist.
Oh, so what kind of atheist are you? Like agnostic as to whether God can exist, or you negate his existence somehow?
I know no gods exist.
Oh, you know no gods exist? How do you know that?
Or it was revealed to me.
That was revealed to you? How do I verify that?
You look beyond your five senses.
Okay, demonstrate it to me.
Well, you need to practice.
All right, can we be serious? So do you believe there's a necessary existence pertaining to creation?
I have a syllogism that you probably don't want to look at. Not a syllogism, sorry, an argument.
Well, how about I ask the questions? Would that be fine?
Well, I think it'll speed it up.
Okay, sure. You could ask me it, but I want you to be honest. Is this your own syllogism, or are you a LARPer?
My argument.
Oh, it's yours?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. I'm
Okay.
digging around and my notes are
Is
messed.
this guy actually driving, or is this some kind of like stream?
Wait, that wasn't an or statement. It was an and statement.
Yeah, Bogey, are you still there?
Yeah, 1 second. Almost there.
Yeah, why don't you just make the syllogism right now? You don't
It's
remember?
it's almost there. 1 second.
Knowledge is useless unless you use it.
It's just a visual aid, dude. He's got it. You just move your shit around.
Well, you'd think he'd remember the argument, but it's fine.
I do remember it. Fine. Subscribe to a concept called dynamic complex realism.
What is that?
So it heavily relies on an effective state of affairs, meaning here's a bunch of stance independence.
Let me pause you right here. You got to talk to me like a layman, so you got to break all these big concepts down. I know almost nothing about what you were saying.
And so I was doing that. You gotta bear with me, man.
Yeah, sure. Just break it down, because I want to be able to track, and I don't want to like interrupt you every 5 seconds.
So we have some stance independent entities that are effective. I call that the state of affairs.
You know what that means?
No.
So a stance is so like
a perspective.
Yeah, you could chalk it up
Sure.
so we don't have to get too convoluted. So there are things that exist independent of that.
Okay. So you're saying that there exists X such that X exists outside the mind?
Outside of stance.
Right.
Without respect to it.
Well, why couldn't we call stance or a mind the same thing?
In this circumstance, it's functionally equivalent. So you can. It's synonymous in this case.
Okay, got it. So you believe there are entities which are stance or mind independent that exist.
Well, I refer to this collection as the state of affairs.
Okay, and when you say a collection, does that mean it's like composite of a certain number or certain amount of entities?
It's just a group.
It's an undefined
The
set.
group of stuff.
Okay, an undefined set of mind-independent entities. Okay.
It's just a set of like
Effective.
everything, all the
And
whatever
no,
it is.
what's important is that they're effective.
What do you mean they're effective? Doing what?
Meaning that there are results.
Yeah, like cause and effect.
These entities have respective interrelations between one another.
How do you know all that?
The result gives these effects.
Experience.
Is there an even amount of entities?
I know that because I interact with it.
Okay. Is there an odd or even amount of entities?
I don't know.
Okay. So you said they're interdependent, and did you also mention that they work in pairs?
No, I said that they have respective interrelations.
Okay. So let me get this right. There's an undefined set, a group of mind-independent entities that function together to create cause and effect. And you know this because you've interacted with them?
No, I defined it just now.
Sorry, you defined what?
I defined the collection.
Right. No. I understand you defined what it is. I just repeated your definition, but I'm saying the way that you know it to be true, the way you know everything what you said to be true is because you've interacted with it, right? Or did I mishear you?
Yeah, I've interacted with said entities.
Okay. So how have you interacted with said entities? Could I do the same?
You're doing it right now.
By interacting with the effects, yeah.
Are you saying that we are these entities as humans?
Everything.
You are a participating member, yeah.
So we're all things that exist are participating as a singular entity or as the group of
Do you
entities?
know what atmospheric pressure is? Like you heard, it's a simple question, right? You know what
yeah.
You constitute Earth's atmospheric pressure. You make up part of that. You and me. So I'm pushing on you and you're pushing on me through the air pressure.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that my essence is identical to the air pressure.
I didn't.
So I wouldn't.
I don't. Why are you saying that? I didn't. That wasn't an entailment of what I said.
Okay, well maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Okay, so I was just referencing interrelationships that you and me contribute to the grand calculation of atmospheric pressure on Earth.
Sure. Let me tell you where I'm still hung up on.
All right. So the argument is in this side chat, just to kind of like tie it into the original question that you asked, since you were interested. But you can keep your train of thought. Go ahead. You can review that later.
Okay, I'll check it out later. So maybe I should have asked, what do you mean when you say a group of entities? Do you mean like conscious beings?
Maybe you should read the argument, actually.
All right. D1, the state of affairs all stands independent, effective. What does that even mean? Is that just defining it? Is that like the premise?
Yeah, it's the definition.
Okay. P1, there is change in the state of affairs which result in effect. There is change in state of, okay. Entities and their respective interrelations within the state of affairs drive that change. Well, that just presupposes that there are entities, and I'm still hung up on understanding what that is. So maybe I would just stop at premise one. I think I would agree with premise one, but premise two, I'm struggling to grasp it simply because I don't
you have
understand
a food
what
scale.
a food scale. Okay.
Yeah, and then you put a bowl on the food scale. The food scale weighs something, right? That bowl weighs something, right?
Right.
Right. The effect is there's a number on the scale, or that's an effect. And that bowl is participating in that result. So it's part of the collection.
What do you mean part of the collection? What collection?
The one defined, the state of affairs.
Talk to me like I'm a layman, dude.
Like
I'm not
what's on the
connecting the
scale?
dots.
The bowl is a member of the set of the things on the scale
That's an entity. The bowl
Well, how is it a set if it's a single thing, or how is it like a group of things? You're making it
Because
seem
a
like the
set can
bowl
be
is
one. You can have one in a set.
okay.
Are you,
So
like, are you just trying to figure out like how you're able to categorize things?
no, I'm completely lost because let me be honest. When you're saying there's a group of entities that participate with one another, I literally just thought of like some kind of polytheistic gods who are just like
No, just
linked up with each
entity.
other. Because
Hey, you know when you read the number
what
on
is
the scale,
entity?
when you read the number on
Uh-huh.
the scale, that
Uh-huh.
scale is also participating in that. It's another
What's an
entity.
Well, entities precede M titties and then O titties.
Airball. Okay, but I'm struggling with what you're meaning by entity. This whole time, I assumed entity
All
just
right,
meant some
a
kind of
thing
conscious
with
being.
distinct and independent existence.
No,
Thing with
it's
just
even more. It's even more general than conscious being. No,
An
it stands.
entity is something that exists as itself. It does not need to be of material existence. In particular, abstractions and legal fictions are usually regarded as entities. In general, there is no presumption that an entity is animate or present.
Oh yeah, that was a
I'm
very
just talking about.
simple explanation.
I'm just talking about a member of the collection. Remember, the synonym was for stance, not for entity.
Well, how about we do this? How about I just say I am struggling to understand your argument, so maybe I just ask you a question or run my own.
Well, which part do you not understand?
I don't understand what entity
So
means.
things,
So wait. So let
things
me.
interact with other things. There, simplified.
Okay.
Things
Yes.
interact with other things.
Like, you know, a noun.
Okay.
You know what a noun is in the English language?
And those interactions are the state of affairs. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Entities
things
would be
that
the target of a noun, like indicating, right? A noun would be pointing at an entity, presumably.
Okay, so an entity is a noun. Sorry, an entity is a thing that can interact with other things.
It's an object of reference.
Okay, so you're saying. Okay. This is why I wanted to move forward. I think we're wasting a lot of time.
Literally anything. Anything.
Okay.
What is hard to understand here, man? This is a simple premise. Things interact with them with the things in the system, right? Like water pressure, air pressure. Things interact. That interaction is called the state of affairs. So the atmospheric pressure, that's the state of affairs you're referencing.
So imagine all the things.
How's that difficult? Are you trolling, soldier? Are you trolling right now?
And then I narrowed it down just a little bit, right? And I'm saying these kinds of things.
Well, I just read through the whole syllogism, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to track. I'm gonna be honest. We'll probably spend like 10, 15 minutes just trying to understand everything. But let me ask you a question.
That's the point of an argument, kind of.
That's why he posted it, right?
When you were saying,
I run
my
why
own
don't you just
argument?
rent it? This is why.
Yeah, like, why don't you come off the top of your head? Well, that's because it takes a sec. And that's why I like copy paste this, and save it in your notes. So maybe like unpack for someone else, maybe as well. Like you can come back with it. You could like workshop it, do all the things.
Okay, no problem. I'll probably come back to it. So, do you believe you could have an infinite regression of contingent created things?
All right.
Well, what is a
we need
created
it like
thing,
that.
bro?
Sure.
There are some. That's an incomplete statement in my worldview.
Okay, well, maybe I could define it and define a few of the things I mentioned, and maybe it'll help a bit better. So, when I say contingent, I simply mean it's dependent upon the prior thing to exist. When I say created, I
What
mean
is?
It came into existence at a point in time.
Come in?
Yeah, like
in what
like
meaningful
what?
sense?
Yeah, like take an apple. Explain an apple. How did an apple come into existence?
Well, an apple would have been contingent on a seed. which would have been contingent upon
No,
a
like the
tree,
come in.
which
No,
would have
no.
been
Could you do the come in process in
Yeah.
detail? Please?
what is that?
Well, you brought up the verb, the come in to existence.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You
It
you
seems to
just
be
cited,
like
Right.
you cited a seed, but the seed did not come into existence. That's not what happened. It was constructed of prior material. The material was already
Right,
there.
but prior to that material constructing it, the seed didn't exist.
Yeah, but the
And then it
energy
began
of
to
the system
exist.
is zero, right? When you grow a tree on
Right,
Earth,
but
the energy doesn't go up, right? It stays the same.
would you agree that the tree didn't exist at T1? I mean, sorry, the
Hold
seed
on.
didn't exist
Hold
at
on.
T.
That's an
One, one,
irrelevant.
one sec.
That's an
One sec.
irrelevance. You're
No,
talking
it is
about
relevant.
things
Just answer.
coming into being. Energy does not do that. Trees and seeds are made of energy, so energy does not come into being. Newton figured this out 300 fucking years ago, bro. So I'm not looking
Okay.
for pushback there. Things do not do this. This is
Okay, no-
QED. This is a fucking law of fucking science, bro.
Okay, let's talk about a rock.
It wouldn't matter what we talk about. Energy does not get created, and all things are made of energy. So what you're trying to describe here, listen, just hear me out for a second. I'm not saying
So is the universe
trees,
eternal?
I'm not saying trees don't come from seeds. You're not hearing me say this. These are not the words that I'm saying. What I'm saying is nothing is coming into being. That's what's being said. This is a distinction that you're not seeing the nuance here.
Okay, so again, you have an infinite regression of things that came into existence at a
Nothing
point in
came
time.
into
Could I
existence
finish?
at any point of time. It's the impact.
So
It's an impact.
are all things
we
eternal?
don't continue.
That doesn't
We have to
Are
happen.
all
wrap this
things
up.
eternal?
They must be logically. I would have to assume if it's true.
Are
That
you
things,
eternal?
Can I finish the fucking statement, dude?
No, you can't. Are you
All right.
eternal, boy?
There we go. Goodbye. Because the answer is yes, I can finish the statement. I was asking you to be a charitable interlocutor and show that you were worth investing any more time. Yeah, take it as a concession. I don't give a shit, you fucking retard. Take it as a concession. Eat my dick. Fucking idiot. Magic fucking poofing, you fucking knuckle dragger, is what you were citing, bro. You ever listen back on this fucking live? That's what you were doing. You were trying to smuggle in magic poofery. And I don't play that. You don't get to just smuggle in things poofing into existence. If I let you make one fucking pee, then yeah. Magic. That's magic. One fucking pea of matter just poofing into existence. And yeah, all things can just magically poof and there's a God. Well, as you define it. But you're a moron, right? We couldn't have the conversation because you're a moron.
It's like I get the part where it's like not giving any of the yield solves so much of this issues down the line. Especially since it's all about the tangents for them. It's just it's funny how it's like I'm giving so much philosophical leeway here. It's like all of their dualism or whatever is compatible with this argument. But it's like breaking them apart just because it won't like it won't mesh with their linguistics, like with the trained babble.
I just think.
What? Oh, he might have been hot micing or something.
Me too sometimes.
I think he was getting frustrated with you rendering the argument because it was starting to have the walls close in on his Phil Bro brain, and so he derailed to that script that he had, and that shit was falling apart on him. It's funny how they just assert things coming into being like we're just gonna not notice that. Like, bruh, do you not listen to the YouTubes like everybody else does?
Oh man, I'm glad to be home. Holy crap.
You made
Well, let's hope we catch a robber. If I do get him on video getting arrested and stuff, I'll post it up for everyone to see.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, I'll be happy.
Yo, is anybody there?
Why? Can you prove a God exists in reality?
What? You automatically go to that? I was just asking I was just asking if anybody was here.
It's almost as if you're accusing me of false advertising.
Oh, was that your channel? My bad. I had no idea. Sorry, man. So, what was the question? Do I have any proof that God exists?
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
I don't know. What do you
You
think?
know what you hold to be true?
Was that?
You don't know what you hold to be true.
If I had a wish, then yes, I would wish there was a God.
That's not what I asked you.
What did you ask me?
I'm asking you if you hold it to be true.
And I was gonna say, hold what to be true?
A God existing in reality.
Dude, I said I don't know. And I don't know if I hold it to
So
be
you
true
don't.
because I don't even know what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if it's true or not. So how can I hold anything to be true if I don't know if it's true?
Because people know things without knowing why. No, people believe things without knowing why all the time.
But you're saying I believe a certain thing. I don't.
So there's nothing in reality that you refer to as God.
In reality, that's an interesting question. I don't know. I don't think so. What is in your reality that you think of as God?
I don't God.
Huh?
I don't God.
You don't God. Then why ask me any of those questions then?
Because people vote.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. People vote, yeah, you're right. Any other questions? What are you doing tonight? It doesn't seem like the other guys are talking here, so we might as well talk. How you doing, Maggie, whatever the fuck your name is? It's so stupid. I don't even want to try to pronounce it. All right, later, you fucking
Yeah.
faggots.
Wow.
Oh, I was about to leave. I was about to leave. Then you.
And now you have to leave.
You're just popping in to say hi. Prove saying hi. That's actually pretty tough. I Oh, the God thing. I done this argument before. I can't. At least not to your standards. Well, like my standard for is there a God is something that I believe in, something that's moved me to believe in it. Um, and that's I think something that is truly personal, that makes a person believe in God. Um, whereas could I make someone? What does that mean? It means that God is a truly personal thing. Yeah, I follow logic. Yes. So so could it be completely imaginary and all in my head? That's the question that I could ask myself. There's a lot of things in my head that are very much imaginary. It, even other people, like actual physical people.
Is that purely
Well,
personal,
like,
as you
I
described?
guess, yeah. Like I'm talking about like purely physical, or not. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Probably not. No. Hey, dude. I'm built different. I could probably deal with it.
Where you got like an annex?
Mhm, mhm. So my thoughts about people. That's what I was referring to as the people inside my head were the images and thoughts. Yeah, but I guess so. Maybe. Uh, but it's something written into your well, then you say that anything you think is imaginary. Like every thought
So,
is completely imaginary.
so we're talking about map and territory fallacy right now. Like the language you use seems to make the equivocation. Are you familiar with
I
that term?
like dog. I am completely not. I am absolutely retarded. So
Right. The analogy goes like this: there's a mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, there's a tent, and on the tent, there's a table with a map of that mountain. And you would
Mhm.
agree they aren't the same, right? The map and the mountain itself.
So the map and the mountain are not the same.
Right? Would you agree?
No, they're not. The map is only
Right. Would you also
something.
agree that we can make maps to places that don't exist?
Yeah, of course. It's been done hundreds of times, hundreds of thousands of
Right.
times.
So I would
Yeah.
say in the same way, you having the idea of something doesn't mean it has any destination. And it doesn't mean it has anything to do with reality.
So what do you do with that idea that it doesn't go anywhere?
Well, you
Uh, what? I didn't hear you. Detartification. I'm just massively retarded, so uh, I don't know. The term makes sense. Mhm. Like, it's so stupid, but like that is like I know that there's like a lot of people out in the world that would never understand what you just said, but that is actually one of the smartest things I've ever heard in my life. And it's actually really simple when you dog anything that has quantum in it, I know it's gonna be like either you're super smart about it or like super fucking retarded. You think you know about it, but
Fucking go. A
no.
God ain't real chat, dude. You guys got everything in here. Is there any believers in here or no?
I mean, me personally, I believe there's like things that could be represented as God. Um, I do believe there's a grand creator, if that's what you want to get at.
You don't believe that the Big Bang happened and that we were all made out of monkeys?
No,
Like, just to
no.
make it short?
Well, uh, I mean, that's like that's a possibility.
I feel like that's like the biggest possibility because don't you see the apes are evolving? They like hunt with
Yeah,
sticks and
like
everything now.
yeah, I know. Like we got fucking like niggers, spics, and Jews fucking running
I was
everywhere.
gonna suggest that, but I didn't know if that was the chat to suggest that in. But yeah, they're essentially the niggers now.
Are you guys here?
Greetings.
What'd you say, man?
I said greetings.
Yeah, what's up? Are you atheist?
Yeah.
Okay. I have an argument for God. We can talk about it. If
Sure.
you want. Yeah. So, like, how familiar are you with like, the type of formalisms, like mathematical stuff? Like, are you familiar with the concept of an uncountably infinite set?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So the argument is going to go as follows. There's an uncountably infinite parameter space, i.e. a set of worlds in which the parameters could differ. You can think of the parameters as different settings or
Hold on, I'm
differences in the
typing.
constants. Yeah.
Did you say there is an uncountably infinite set of parameters?
An uncountably infinite parameter space. So an uncountably infinite set of worlds in which the parameters could differ. And the parameters are just differences in the constants.
You're talking about within the context like of a logical conversation?
By constants,
So
we
are you
mean
simply
the
referring to
physical
like
constants.
a truth table? Like all the options of a truth table?
No, what are you saying?
When you're saying set of worlds in which parameters could differ.
Yeah, we're talking about epistemically possible world.
Possible by virtue of truth tables? Or what?
Yeah, you want to say relevant relative to a given set of background knowledge. Could this happen? And the could there is.
What?
Yeah, the could is logical. So we say relative to a given set of background knowledge. Could this world obtain? And the world here is just
That
maximally consistent.
this world what?
Could obtain, yeah.
So this world could obtain relevant background knowledge for another set of worlds?
Oi, oi. Wait, hold on. What are we talking about? Let me check. God and real. Yeah. Nobody, bro. Nobody can prove God is real. God does is not real. Nobody can prove, bro. It's impossible. You believe in God, you don't believe in God. It doesn't make no difference. Nobody can prove this shit. It's not important. Can you hear me? Nobody can prove.
you.